Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? Great to see you. Great to be with you. First things first, roll call. Sound off in the comments. I want to know where you guys are watching. I always love finding more about my viewership outside of the YouTube statistics. So let me know where you're tuning in from, and I will. We have someone from. We have Tom from Tucson. Shout out to Tucson, Arizona. That's great. We have Los Angeles, Fort Detrick, I think California, Ghana, yes, Australia, South California, New York City, Denver, Texas, Alberta, Canada, Norway. Oh, this is lovely. Upstate New York, New Jersey. A lot of people from Canada. That's wonderful. We have Atlanta. Very good. Very good. We have South Australia, Sydney, Australia. Dude, this is amazing. Sweden. I'm particularly happy about those of you in a similar time zone because it's quite late. So that makes me happy you're tuned in. Barcelona. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Very, very good. What time is it in Australia? You guys have you have several time zones, don't you? When I was interviewing a couple people from Australia in the last week, specifically refugees, right, who've been in these hotels. One of them was in Melbourne. I'm actually not sure where the other one was now, but he used to be in the same detention facilities. So we were coordinating over various time zones, and I think you guys are like 10 hours ahead or something, right? Okay, I see. 9:30. So okay, someone is saying it's 9:30 in Perth. And I'm hearing it's 12 p.m. in Sydney, right? So rather 12:30. Yeah. You guys are 10 hours ahead. Crazy. You're from the future. So we have a couple of things to get into. I see we have 107 people watching, but only 85 likes, which is scandalous. I will send you all to. I'm trying to think of a joke here. Well, I'm gonna think about it. But you guys need to like the video first of all, because of the algorithm, and it helps. I'm not gonna lie, man. They've been screwing us heavily. I can definitely see sometimes how they're playing with the stats with the videos. What's the word for it again? The opposite of boosting them, like not censoring them, but basically making sure that you don't get a notification or you don't see the video when you're browsing and you're using the browse feature in YouTube and so on. So, yeah, in any case, you guys are still going, right? It's 1:26 a.m. in Ghana. It's 6:30 in Arizona. I love this. This is great. You guys are still telling me where you shadow banning, yes, of course. That's one of the. It's definitely what I mean, but I was still thinking of another term. Throttling. There we go. Throttling. Throttling is the term I was looking for. Specifically that word, right? So yeah. And Big Meanie says suppressing is the word. Maybe some might argue that is the word. By the way, free Julian Assange goes without saying. In any case. Let us get started with our segments, shall we? We have a lot of things to discuss, a lot of things to cover. I'm very excited, as always, to discuss the world's miseries. We gotta add a little happy to it, otherwise we're gonna be down. We're gonna be very down. So you can see from the title something interesting happened, right? I'll get right into it. Let's get right into it. So the Israeli ambassador to the UK was set to speak at Cambridge University in the UK. And she was met with a very friendly crowd, as you can see. So she was set to speak at Cambridge Union, right? And this is the crowd she was met with outside. I don't know if you can hear everything, that's going on in the background, but people are shouting free, free Palestine and giving her a couple of rude gestures, right? A couple of middle fingers. Not the best way to treat a diplomat, but, you know, we are talking about Israel after all. Here's some other videos. Maybe you can see what's happening. I'll mute it for you because it's quite loud. I don't know what you guys are watching on, whether it's headphones or otherwise, but it's quite loud. So, they don't like her. They don't like her. And I must say, it is good seeing such a healthy, vibrant community of student protesters, especially for this issue. You guys have to remember, it's still taboo, you know, in a lot of places. It's still very faux pas to protest on behalf of Palestinians, right? I feel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's changing slowly. So respect to everyone who's coming out and protesting on behalf of Palestinians. Let me read you a little bit. I want to read you a letter, okay, from Cambridge. These are students from Cambridge University who wrote this about the Israeli ambassador coming and speaking at Cambridge Union. Let's take a look at who she is, this ambassador, okay? So this is an open letter. And the title says, Zippy Hotovely, not welcome. That's the name of the ambassador, right? I won't attempt to pronounce it correctly as I'm not sure how, but anyway, that's her name. So they say, as members of the Cambridge University and other institutions and societies, we write to express our dismay at the decision of the Cambridge Union to host the Israeli ambassador to the UK, Zippy Hotovely. We condemn this invitation and affirm that this far-right representative of an apartheid regime is not welcome at our university and in our city. So, Hotovely is a proud supporter of Israeli settler colonialism and an open advocate of a greater Israel, claiming that, quote, all the territory that is west of the Jordan River can only be held by one nation, the Jewish people, unquote. While Deputy Foreign Minister, Hotovely asserted that the entire West Bank belongs to Israelis alone. Quote, this land is ours. All of it is ours. We did not come here to apologize for that. As Settlements Minister in 2020, she, like, that's a thing, right? There's a Settlements Minister. Just let that sink in for a moment. Like, the whole basis of the Israelis is what? Is that these are mostly European Jews, right? Coming to Palestine and taking land from Palestinians, from Syrians, from Lebanese. And like, they're so shameless about it. They have a settlements minister. Because keep in mind, a lot of these settlements that are built by the Israelis are illegal, right? It's not just like it's not an opinion that they're illegal. It's a fact under international law. Many of them are illegal, especially in the West Bank, right? But she doesn't care. They don't care. And just a few months ago, Naftali Bennett, who's the new Israeli prime minister or crime minister, is talking about a plan to double the illegal settlements in the Syrian Golan Heights. So always remember that Israel is not just stealing land from Palestinians, it's also stealing them from Syria, right? The Golan Heights and Sheba farms from the Lebanese. Although without question, it's the Palestinians who certainly have it the worst. So this is who the Israeli ambassador to the UK is. She's the former settlements minister. I mean, this is it's shameful, isn't it? And here's another thing about her. So she's against interracial relationships, right? So in 2011, she extolled the necessity of education to, quote, prevent Jewish women from forging life connections with non-Jews, calling for a, quote, struggle against assimilation, abhorring mixed families, and claiming that the fact that girls reach a state of intermarriage testifies to the fact that the education system was absent. I mean, I don't even know what to say, honestly. And then in the Knesset, so the Knesset is the Israelis' so-called parliament, right? She invited an organization called Lahava, whose quote, marches in East Jerusalem and chants of death to Arabs have attracted infamy. So you remember last year you're seeing all these settlers. It's not new, but it was at least apparent on social media. You had a lot of these Israeli settlers, going through Jerusalem, smashing up shops that belong to Palestinians and chanting death to Arabs. This is who we're talking about here, right? So this is the group that we're talking about. And I just want to I'm not going to read the whole letter to you, but I just want to highlight this point here, which is absolutely disgusting. She basically denied the Nakba. So I'm going to translate the word Nakba again. It's an Arabic word, but it means, catastrophe or disaster. And what does it refer to specifically? It refers to the period of 1947, 1948, when, the state of Israel was declared. And so they love to paint that as a beautiful thing. But what it means, the Nakba, it's ethnic cleansing. You had all of these Arabs that were, specifically Palestinian Arabs, who were driven from their homes, right? I mean, the figures vary. If you look at the official UN figures from now, they say there are, I think, around 2 million Palestinian refugees just in Jordan alone. But at that time, it's around 800,000, right? And so you have Palestinians who go on living generation after generation as refugees. But just to focus on what the term Nakba means, it's about the expulsion of Palestinians from their homes, the mass expulsion. And so she denies that. This woman, the Israeli ambassador to the UK, she denies that this is a thing. She calls it an Arab lie. Well, I'm sorry, I have news for you. Many non-Arabs agree that this, it's not even a question of agreeing. Know that this is a fact. It's a historical fact. This is a thing with Palestinians, is that, many of them are still alive. From 1948, you still have people who are kicked out of their homes. They have the keys to their homes. So how is that a lie? I find this very, very troubling because could you imagine if someone was engaged in Holocaust denial, which is extremely wrong? You shouldn't do that. But could you imagine the fury that she would kick up? And then she just casually denies the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Like, how is that not just as bad? How is genocide denial of ethnic cleansing, how is that okay in any capacity? And this is the kind of person who's invited to speak at Cambridge. Could you imagine if the Cambridge Union invited a Holocaust denier? Like, this is the same kind of standard that they're stooping to here. It's disgusting, honestly. It's disgusting. And so she's under both governments, under Netanyahu and Naftali Bennett, right? And I want to read to you just over here. This is from some outlets who were talking about the students protesting last night. So this is from socialistworker.co.uk, although I've seen the same thing in a bunch of other outlets. They said that yesterday when the students were protesting, right, people inside complained they couldn't hear Hotlevi over the noise from outside. So the protest is effective. I read in another outlet that she had to cut her speech short because of the protesters, because it was so noisy inside that she basically couldn't give her speech properly. And here, this is from, I think, from Varsity, right? It's another outlet. I just picked random ones just to show you what's happening, right? It's no preference here or whatever. And so this Cambridge Palestine Solidarity Society, I think they're the ones who were organizing the protest, or at least one of the organizations that were organizing the protest, and they're on Twitter as well. You have a lot of groups in the UK that are involved in affirmative action, direct action in support of Palestinians, right? You have another group, I think it's simply called Palestine Action, correct me if I'm wrong, that they're involved in shutting down Elbit, which is this arms manufacturer for Israel based in the UK. And I think they shut one plant down already. So I wanted to read you this line from this Varsity article. They said that commenting on the protest, the Israeli ambassador said she regretted how the slogan, quote, "From the river to the sea," implied the disappearance of Israel, but acknowledged the necessity of protest in a democracy. Oh, well, how generous of you. Are you going to tell us next who's allowed to be in British politics? Jeremy Corbyn? I mean, what is that? Like, she recognizes the need for protest and a democracy. Well, good thing it's not your fucking country, is it? Because you don't let Palestinians protest under Israeli occupation. How generous of you. How benevolent of you. I mean, this idea also that from the river to the sea means the disappearance of Israel. It's the other way around. You got it twisted. Israel means the disappearance of Palestinians. Palestinians have been there forever. You go and pick any Palestinian you like, and you ask them, where's your grandfather from? Where's your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather from? They're going to tell you Palestine. Go ask an Israeli where their grandfather or their grandmother or whoever their family, their ancestors are from. They're going to tell you maybe Poland, the United States, Ukraine, Australia, who the fuck knows? But certainly not Palestine, right? At best, it's 3-4 generations, at best. And that doesn't, even if you're talking about someone from next door, like, does that mean if you're someone from Syria that you can kick a Palestinian out of their house? Of course not. So it's not about where they come from. It's the principle that you have colonizers coming in and pushing Palestinians out, and then saying that, oh well, if Palestinians give them their homes back, then we're gonna disappear. That's bullshit. You have two nationalities. Many Israelis have dual citizenship, right? They have a place to go to. They can travel. Do you think Palestinians can travel? Palestinians do not. The people in Gaza cannot even get out of Gaza, first of all. But even those who are in the West Bank, for example, they can't go anywhere. They don't have a passport. They don't have a state. They don't have full membership at the United Nations. So, you got people with dual citizenships, two fucking citizenships, pretending to be victims while they shit on Palestinians and deny them a state. They kill them on a daily basis. They block them from having their own, from having self-determination, from having freedom. It's so disgusting how they pretend to be the victims. They're not the victims. Not at all. And it's just, they take everything and flip it upside down, right? I want to be clear again. Israel is built at the expense of Palestinians. Israel is built at the expense of Syrians and Lebanese. Not the other way around. Not the other way around. Not at all. And I mean, again, she's funny, right? She's really funny. She acknowledges the necessity of protest in a democracy. How generous of you, madam. How generous of you, Madam Ambassador. How quaint. Thank you so much. We're so glad that you recognize, you give us the right to protest in our own country. You're so nice. Thank you. So I want to show you some more videos over here from the protest. So you can hear people chanting "Free, free Palestine," and I want to highlight something else for you. She spoke at LSE. So LSE is a university. It's a top university in London. It's the London School of Economics. I vaguely remember being on the campus once. It's in central London, and she spoke there in November, I think it was. And she was also met with a very friendly crowd back then. So just 4 months ago, right? Let me show you the kind of reception that she got when she was speaking at LSE. So that's her with the bouquet, right? That's her. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that's her. And she's being rushed into the car with the bodyguards, and they're whisking her away as if she was like under imminent threat, and you've got like a whole line of policemen there. It's so dramatic, And I think it really speaks to the cowardice of Israelis. They want to act all tough, and then a bunch of students who are just yelling "Shame on you" and "Free Palestine," they're like whisking her away as if she's in like some fucking James Bond movie. It's so pathetic, right? And why do they do this? Because they want to play the victim, right? Again, these anti-Semitic students. Shut the fuck up, man. You are anti-Semitic. You're the one killing Palestinians, not the other way around. So they got they got half the Met protecting her, and she pretends like she's a victim. And of course, before this protest in Cambridge, in the Cambridge Union, you had the students being told not to repeat these disgraceful scenes at LSE. What disgraceful scenes? Please explain to me what happened besides people protesting. I'm not saying that it's nice on a personal level. I imagine it doesn't feel good being her. But Jesus Christ, look at her behavior. Look at what she represents. Look at what she represents. The former settlement minister. She's just like, she's heading an entire program of ethnic cleansing, and students should shut the fuck up and not express shame that this person is coming and speaking at their university. I mean, they're not even saying anything particularly controversial. It's only the British politicians and the media who make it controversial. Because if you look at this is so hilarious. If you look at the response from the British establishment, from the British political establishment, what do the politicians do? they start covering for the Israelis. So the British pretend that, we, the British, we say that the United Kingdom is a democracy, right? And you have the right to protest. And so students come to the university, to their own university, to other universities, and they protest the presence of this woman who represents an apartheid, genocidal regime that's involved in ethnic cleansing. And then what does the British establishment do? What do the British politicians do who claim they're running a democracy? They say this kind of stuff, right? They say that the students should be investigated by the police for protesting. Well, that's not much of a democracy then, is it? This is Priti Patel. Again, the Home Secretary, right? I'm just reading you the headline from The Guardian. So Priti Patel backs a police investigation of LSE protest against the Israeli ambassador. What? Investigating what? Did they murder someone? What happened? They're just protesting. They're just protesting. Explain to me what warrants a police investigation. Under what charge? This is the kind of absurdity that happens. And it's not just her, of course. It's droves. It's droves, right? I think, what is it in the Conservative Party? I think around 80% of Tory MPs are in the parliamentary group that's called Conservative Friends of Israel. The UK itself, the United Kingdom, is half the fucking reason that Israel exists in the first place, right? The Balfour Declaration, Sykes-Picot, the mandate in Palestine, all of it, right? I'm not going to go through the whole history again. We've done it a million times on the channel, but it's just so disgusting. Like, nothing's changed, It's just the same old British establishment backing these genocidal maniacs. And I'll just end on that note by saying, good job to the protesters, because these guys, again, it's still considered a bit taboo to defend Palestinians, which is shameful. Israel should be taboo. Israel's behavior, apartheid and ethnic cleansing should be taboo. Not defending Palestinians' human rights and their right to self-determination and their anti-colonial movement, their movement of national liberation. That you should be proud to do that. That should be encouraged, especially in places that call themselves democracies, right? And talk about human rights. So, well done. Well done. I'm happy to see this, because it's time that public opinion shifts away from protecting Israel, and it should shift towards protecting Palestinians, helping Palestinians, right? Especially in a country like the UK, which is responsible for creating Israel and still continues to support it and back it and give it cover and protect it from accountability. So well done to the protesters. Good job, guys, and keep it up. We have 242 people watching. Very good. Make sure that you've hit the like button, because I only see 226 likes. It helps with the algorithm, especially with the fucking title in the stream. The YouTube is not going to like that. So, oh man, it's good to see you guys. Where those of you who have just tuned in, where are you tuning in from? Because I was asking everyone at the beginning where you guys are watching from, where you're tuning in from. And I want to know where you guys are in. There's a comment. I see a comment in the chat. This is from Mehabri. It says, I'm half Jewish and my mom is Iraqi Jewish. Jews lived great lives in the Arab world before the Zionists stirred up trouble. I mean, this just goes to my point, what I've said many times before, is that you have Arab Jews, just like, one of you guys watching here, Mehabri, you say your mother is half Jewish. There are many Jews in Syria, in Palestine, in Iraq, all over the Levant. So, this religion comes from Palestine. Islam, Christianity, Judaism, they all come from the same place. So this idea that they're not compatible with each other is complete nonsense. That's a myth that's fabricated to paint anyone who is on the side of Palestinians as some kind of anti-Semite. That's bullshit. The Holocaust did not happen at the hands of Arabs. The Holocaust happened in Europe. Arabs did not do that. So don't come and peg, and try to blame that kind of sentiment and this anti-Semitism on Arabs. Arabs themselves are Semites. These religions coexist together peacefully for millennia. There's no issue there. So it's important not to get it twisted, and I very much appreciate your comment. So I'm just going to move on to the next segment, but you guys are telling me where you're tuning in from. I see Colombia, that's lovely, that's great. I see Trinidad and Tobago. Wow. We got San Diego, California, Colorado, UK, New Mexico, Sweden. That's lovely. That's really great. I'm happy to see all of you guys tuning in from such a wide array of places. It's really beautiful. So if you guys don't mind, actually, I think there was one more thing I wanted to say, but I don't have the document with me. I'll just say it briefly to you, even though it's not in the segment now. But one of the people who came to this protest yesterday at Cambridge is also Jewish, right? So I don't know her name, but let me pull it up quickly because she said something very, very insightful. Chaya. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Yeah, look at this, for example. I'll just pull this up for you. Okay, take a look at this. So this is from MiddleEastEye.net, and the subtitle says Jewish Solidarity. So Shaya Kasif, I hope I'm saying her name correctly, is a Jewish student at Cambridge University. She also attended Tuesday's pro-Palestine protest against Hotovely, who's the Israeli ambassador, holding a placard that said, quote, Jewish solidarity from Gadigal in Australia to Gaza. Kasif described her presence at the protest as an opportunity to show support with Palestinians. Right? So again, this is not a religious issue. It's always been about colonialism. It's always been about settler colonialism and imperialism. Right? That's very, very, very important to understand. And thank you very much to Chaya and all the other students. Really, good job. So I'm just going to switch over to the next segment if you'll give me a moment. If you don't mind, I will stay on the topic of Palestine because something very messed up happened yesterday. You know, it's just extremely shocking. Really, really messed up what happened yesterday. I mean, it's just, you know, it's with everything that happens in Palestine with everything that happens in Palestine on a daily basis, it really takes something to shock you, right? And this is very shocking. Yesterday, this is what happened in Nablus in Palestine. So the Israelis, they snuck in. They took a civilian transport vehicle. I think it was a bus, and they snuck in to Nablus, hiding in this civilian bus, and then they got out of the bus and they just executed 3 Palestinian men in their car. Look at these photographs. I mean, this is absolutely, look at the bullets. I mean, this is a bloodbath, honestly. Look at that. Just in broad daylight. They unloaded on these men in the car. So this has been called by many people an extrajudicial assassination. That's really what it is. Because, you know, the Israelis, they like to say that, oh, Israel is a democracy. And then they'll come and tell you these 3 men are terrorists. Yeah, but if you are really a democracy and you have due process and you have a judiciary and you give people a fair trial, you know, there's a whole legal process. Well, that's not it, because these men were just assassinated, executed in the street while they were in the car. Okay? So again, this shows you that Israel is not a democracy. The Israeli forces are henchmen. And this is, again, the brutality of the Israeli occupation. And these are the 3 men that they killed, right? So the thing that they're going to... I actually posted about this here on Twitter, by the way, yesterday, as soon as it happened. So these are the 3 men they killed, right? Ibrahim al-Nablsi, Adham Mabrouk, and Mohammed al-Dakhil. And they're from the Al-Aqsa Brigade. So what is the Al-Aqsa Brigade? Because this is where you have a lot of smears that come in from the Israelis. Say, oh, these guys are terrorists, right? And they'll post photos of them with guns. The Al-Aqsa Brigade is the armed wing of Fatah, right? Which is, again, the Palestinian party. So not Hamas, but Fatah. The Hamas winged armed wing, I think, is Izz-ad-Din brigades, right? But here we're talking about the armed wing of Fatah, and they'll say, well, these guys are terrorists. Okay, let me explain something to you. This killing that happened yesterday in Nablus is the equivalent of German soldiers stopping a car in occupied France and just assassinating 3 people in the French resistance. This is a perfect analogy for what happened. So the Israelis, of course, will view these men as terrorists, But under international law, they have every right to resist a foreign military occupation. It's their right, their legal right. It's enshrined in international law. So, of course, in the eyes of the Israelis, they're terrorists. But in the eyes of international legal doctrine, they're resistance fighters. It's their right, 100% legal right. And so they killed them because they're resistance fighters. That's what it's all about. So, you know, you can keep posting pictures of them with guns and masks and call them terrorists. That doesn't change the struggle. It doesn't change the struggle at all. And I want to read you this article, just a small passage from Al Jazeera. So you can see here the headline: Israeli soldiers opened fire at a car in Nablus, killing Palestinians. And an eyewitness we spoke to said the Israelis fired at the car that the 3 Palestinians were using. She said that for more than a minute, she kept hearing gunshots being fired. When we got to the location, the car was being towed away. It was totally riddled with bullets. Look at this. At the hospital where the bodies were taken, the doctors said they had a hard time recognizing the victims because of the gunshots. They had a hard time recognizing the victims because of the gunshots. I mean, you know, they just... The brutality of it is really something, you know? The brutality of the Israelis. It's really something, isn't it? Again, I don't know how much I can play, you know, because if YouTube will censor me or not, but that you can see photos of the car, right? And this is the mother of one of the men, one of the Palestinians who was executed yesterday by the Israelis. So, you know, it's every day they come up with. I'm speechless. I'm really speechless. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, man. You think that it can't get worse, and then they come up with something else, you know. And on all they have, the only thing that they have as a response is, oh, they're terrorists. No, they're not terrorists. They're resistance fighters. You are the terrorists. You come here and do this kind of stuff in the middle of the street. You gun down 3 men in a car for no reason, you know, other than they're fighting to be free. That's it. I mean, this is just like, this is a massacre. You know, look at the number of bullets in the windshield. I mean, who does that? You know, this is just like trigger happy. Really. It really speaks volumes. And I'm not going to show you pictures inside of the car or videos because it's too graphic. It's really horrendous. And if Christ, man, if the doctors had trouble recognizing the victims, what am I supposed to tell you? You know? It's really harrowing. And this is, again, the reality that Palestinians have to live under. You know, if you boycott Israel, like the boycott, divestment, sanctions, the BDS movement, they call you anti-Semitic, all right? If Palestinians take up arms, which again is their right under international law, it's your right to resist a foreign illegal military occupation, then they call them terrorists. You can't win with the Israelis, right? No matter what you do, you're always anti-Semitic, you're always a terrorist, you can't win. Israel is always correct. Israel has the right to arrest you and put you under administrative detention. No charge, no trial, held indefinitely, 6 months at a time, over and over and over and over. You're not even allowed to know why you've been arrested, right? The Israelis can execute you in the middle of the street, and they can control what you're allowed to have coming into Gaza, you know, from children's toys to construction materials. Every single aspect of your life is controlled. They even tell you what ID you can have. Every single thing. They literally, you know, your life is literally in their hands. And then they want to pretend they are the victims. Then, you know, the Israelis are the victims and everyone else is wrong, and it's totally okay to execute people in the street. You know what this reminded me of? Honestly, the first thing that I thought of when I saw this, I was like, this is just like when you know, the police in the US just shoot people for no reason, right? Like they're not armed, nothing. It's just bam, 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 just trigger happy immediately. There's no process. You know, they don't even get to arresting you. It's just to kill you. Now, obviously, that's not always the case, but it's very often. And even with the chokehold on the neck, you can't come here and tell me there are not parallels. We know the Israelis train with the Americans, American police specifically. You know, they use the same knee on the neck chokehold. They use the same kind of, the same brutality. What am I supposed to say? And again, to these Israelis who think that this is okay, who are just loathsome people, trying to justify an extrajudicial assassination, extrajudicial murder, who are saying that this is okay because the guys are terrorists. You are the terrorists. Look at this behavior. Even if you have a terrorist, a so-called terrorist in custody, you have to book them. You charge them. You take them to trial. There's a process, especially if you call yourself a democracy. Where's the process for these men? You just killed them in the street. And the fact that they came in hiding, this malfeasance of hiding in a civilian vehicle to sneak into the city and then immediately murder someone. This is no different. This is no different from Nazis, from Germans gunning down French resistance in occupied France. No different. It's exactly what this is. I'll just show you their names again. And honestly, I myself would love some clarity on this because I keep seeing different names, actually. So I've seen Muhammad al-Dakhil, Adham Mabrouk. I've seen their names are correct. But I've seen Ashraf Mafsalat. I don't know. I wrote it differently on Twitter. I wrote it as Ibrahim al-Nabulsi. And if you go and you read Al-Mayadeen, which is the big Lebanese outlet, they also wrote it as Ibrahim. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the first name. But I think it's correct that it's Ibrahim because I saw the same thing in Al-Mayadeen, but other outlets have reported it differently. I just wanted to show you their pictures regardless because... they're gone, man. They just waste their lives, and they either hold you in administrative detention, you have no idea why, or they just kill you in the street. And of course, this is like normalized. Disgusting, really, it's disgusting. Thank you guys for your kind donations. You guys send me questions sometimes. Let me read or try to answer them. We have one here from Gordon. It's just a sticker. Thank you, Gordon. I appreciate it. We have one from Brandon. It says, definitely cover Assange DAO. This week it raised over 53 million from crypto. I know what you're saying. It's cypherpunks, but it's from crypto. I saw that too. And the crypto community going towards Julian's legal fund. This is true. I'll do a separate segment on it afterwards because we're quite full now. But this is absolutely true. Actually, this is a huge story because Julian Assange, you have to remember what happened. Screw it. I'll do the segment right now. So back in the day in 2010, what happened to Julian Assange? What happened to WikiLeaks? There was a sort of financial embargo on WikiLeaks, right? You might recall PayPal, all these credit card companies, they suddenly refused to process donations to WikiLeaks, right? Because WikiLeaks is funded by donations. And one way to cripple the organization was for governments to make the financial institutions cut off all the funding, right? It's incredible. Like, just think about that for a second, like how they get literally the biggest financial institutions to just cut off the lifeline to WikiLeaks. Like, just think about how effective and potent the journalism coming out of that organization is for governments to do that on a worldwide basis. It's incredible. And so Kristen Hernafson, who's the editor-in-chief at WikiLeaks, I saw him posting earlier on Twitter about this new money that they've raised for WikiLeaks using cryptocurrencies, right? Which is very incredible because they've raised an astronomical sum of $50 million. right? And I don't know about you, but I didn't see this covered anywhere in the press. And I want to read you this tweet from Kristen about this money that they've raised, which is, it's incredible. Take a look. So he says, the 2010 banking blockade on WikiLeaks was a brazen attack on press freedom. Major financial institutions willfully complied with United States political pressure. The damage to WikiLeaks was estimated to be at least $50 to $80 million. The blockade fueled interest in crypto money. Witness now the historic correction, justice in action, right? And that's what he's talking about, is that WikiLeaks have raised really around $50 million just in with the span of, what is it, a week? I mean, it's incredible. And this, of course, will go, I think, largely to Julian Assange's legal fund. Battling an extradition to the United States is not cheap. I can tell you that. That's not cheap, especially when there's so much foul play. You really need the best and the brightest on your side. And this is going to help a lot for Julian's legal fund. And again, I'll just show you here. Here you go. Right? So what are they saying? This is from The Guardian. Cypherpunks have rallied to Assange. NFT auction raises $52 million for WikiLeaks founder. Cryptocurrency funds aim to help Assange's legal defense as he seeks to avoid extradition from the UK to the US. I don't know about that language, avoid extradition. It's kind of like this whole mantra, like, oh, he's avoiding court. He's bail jumping. He's someone who is trying to circumvent the law. He's not an honest person. They always use this word. He's battling an extradition. He's not avoiding it. It's a battle. It's a legal battle. But in any case, I'm not gonna focus on that now. I'm just gonna read you what they're saying here. So, an online auction of digital art raised more than $52 million worth of cryptocurrency to help fund Julian Assange's legal defense. The winning bid coming from a group of supporters who had pooled their money. The Australian-born WikiLeaks founder is battling extradition, that's correct, there we go, from Britain to the US, where the authorities want him to face trial on 18 criminal charges, etc., we know. Assange collaborated with a cryptocurrency artist known as Pack to sell a collection of NFTs called Censored in an online auction to raise funds to support his case. NFTs, a kind of cryptocurrency asset, use blockchain, a type of digital ledger, to record the ownership status of digital files such as images, videos, and even items within online games. The centerpiece of the auction was an NFT artwork, clock, that displays the number of days Assange has been imprisoned in white text on a black background. It updates each day. You guys might recall that Assange has now been locked up for over 1,000 days, right? So now it should be around 1,050. I'm not sure how long it's been. It hasn't been 2 months. It's over 1,000 certainly, right? I was just talking about that the other week on here. And so the clock NFT fetched 16,593 of the cryptocurrency Ether, worth about $52.8 million on Wednesday. It was bought by a group of more than 10,000 Assange supporters called Assange DAO. A decentralized autonomous organization, DAO, is a sort of online community that allows members to pool their money and use blockchain-based tokens to vote on decisions about how the group is run. They're pooling their money together, just to simplify it, right? And so, as we said, the proceeds from the sale of Clock will go to support Assange's legal defense, right? And just going back to Kristen's comments, I mean, this is, of course, very important because it is sort of like poetic justice in a way, right? They're getting the same money back that was cut off from them, but to fight the legal battle. At this point, I'm not sure how much money has been spent on the Assange case, but let me tell you one thing, because since we're speaking about the legal fees, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm quite certain that the United States, right, the US prosecutors who are trying to extradite Assange, do you know who has to foot the bill? It's actually the UK taxpayers, incredibly. Right? So you heard that right. It's the UK taxpayers who have to pay for the Americans to extradite Assange. I mean, I don't even know what to say, honestly. I don't even know what to say. But anyway, that's incredible. They were able to raise so much money. It's truly incredible. So, give me a second to just switch over to the next topic. And thank you so much for your donations. I see a donation here from Steve. Thank you very much, Steve. And Mark says, thank you from New Mexico, USA for your superb reporting. I appreciate that very much, Mark. I appreciate that, Steve. You guys are very, very kind. Thank you for supporting this channel and my work. I'm very grateful. I'm just checking on Rockfin if there's anyone else who sent something. I don't want to miss any donations. Sometimes I'll rattle off for like 5 hours and won't even get to them. So I'm sorry for keeping you guys waiting. We have a donation here from Marissa. Marissa, it's great to see you again. Thank you so much. Marissa says, the people demand to see Socks. So I think Socks is napping, but I can maybe check afterwards when we're done with the segments and bring Socks in for a short cameo. That's very cute. Thank you. And we got a very generous donation on PayPal from Ramsey. It says, quote, proud of you, brother. Thank you very much, Ramsey. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you to all of you who are, tuning in from all over the world, liking, commenting, supporting the show. I'm so grateful to have you. And it's always great to speak with you. Thank you. We have another donation here from QKR Anarchist. Thank you as well. I love these stickers, honestly. I think you can make custom ones on YouTube at a certain point, right? Hopefully we can get to that. That will be cool. Anyway, let me jump into the next segment for you. Just give me a moment to get this running. Global Man also sent a donation, says, you do important work. Stay strong. I'll try my best. But thank you so much. I say I try my best because honestly, this stuff is depressing. Like, I was speaking to my cousin Ronnie the other day, and he was like telling me, you better be careful because this stuff, I mean, he was like, this is just messed up. Like every single day, there's a lot of news and most of it is not good. And it's like that story now that we saw about the 3 Palestinians were just executed in the street. I mean, that just, it makes my stomach literally hurt, and it's nasty, all of this stuff. It's really, it would be such a privilege. It would be so nice to actually come on and do the live, have good news for the most part, right? Of course, we do have good news from time to time, but I wish the majority of it were that way. By the way, if you're watching mainstream media, you'll turn on the BBC or something, and then any news channel really, and they'll have this like kind of pulsing music to stress you out. This boop, boop. It's so terrible. It's so bad. I don't need a shrink to tell me that it's not good for you. Like it tenses you up. It's like, get ready for the daily dose. No thanks. Ace, thank you so much for your donation. Ace says, thanks for everything. Brother, got anything on the latest on what's going on in Yemen? So, I don't know if you saw the episode I did for Press TV, and I also did a couple of segments here in an interview with the Yemeni journalist who's in Damascus. But basically, the latest in Yemen is this. You had some weird explosions yesterday in Abu Dhabi, right? So if you recall, the Houthis, or as we should correctly refer to them, the Yemeni government, right? The Houthis, the Ansar Allah, they're just frankly, it's the best thing to say is the Yemeni government because it is the legitimate representative of the Yemeni people, okay? And so yesterday, just going back to what I was saying, Yemen hit Abu Dhabi about 2 weeks ago, right? So early January, they seized a ship from Abu Dhabi, an Emirati flagged ship, which had Saudi weapons and things on it. The Saudis tried to pretend that it's medical supplies. There were no medical supplies. It's full of weapons and military equipment. And then they struck Abu Dhabi, right? And then just the day afterwards, after they hit Abu Dhabi, they hit the airport and I think it was a fuel or an oil facility. The day afterwards, the Saudis bombed Sana'a, which is the Yemeni capital, and they slaughtered like 100 people. I mean, they bombed a prison, 70 people killed. They took out Yemen's internet. They bombed the port city of Hodeidah, where you have a key telecommunications facility that all of Yemen's internet depends on. They took that out. The whole country was blacked out. There was a Yemeni journalist who's really formidable. I wanted to speak to him, to have him on the show. And we were set to talk that day. And, I was worried, like, is he okay? Because I couldn't reach him. And I called him up, and I could reach him on the landline, but not on the internet. And, he told me, like, the internet is gone. The Saudis bombed it. And, I look it up, and sure enough, it's the whole country that's blacked out. And so, basically, why Yemen has been hitting Abu Dhabi is because the Emirates, the UAE, have been backing this brigade called Giants Brigade, and they've been making advances in Shabwa and Ma'rib, right, which are two key locations, strategic locations in Yemen. And this is the thing with the Emirates, because the UAE, as you guys know, the UAE is part of the Saudi Arabian coalition, right? And so together they're bombing bombing is not just enough to describe what's happening. They're bombing and starving Yemen, right? Which is why you have the worst humanitarian crisis currently anywhere. And the UAE has been pretending since 2019 to be not really involved in the war. They withdrew their troops, but they're still pushing and financing and backing these armed groups in Yemen, such as the Giants Brigade. And so they're playing a role in the war. They don't necessarily have to be doing the bombing themselves to be involved in the war, right? And so this is why the Yemeni forces hit Abu Dhabi, and they're sick of the UAE trying to attack Yemen, but they're so far off the Emiratis that they don't really have the war at their doorstep, right? So they're very comfortably a few thousand kilometers away, helping to commit genocide against Yemen, but there's nothing happening to them. They're nice tucked away over there. And so the Yemenis have brought the war to their front with drones and ballistic missiles. They're showing them that you can't just sit there comfortably and screw us and kill us and starve us and not expect the war to come to your doorstep, right? So I was beginning a sentence a moment ago. I was talking about an explosion in Abu Dhabi, right? So I'm not even sure what happened. Some people were saying it's just a gas cylinder. This is from Reuters, for example. Let me see if you can see this over here. 1 second. Because as I said, the Yemenis hit Abu Dhabi with drones and ballistic missiles, right? So it was assumed yesterday when you had this explosion that it was, again, Yemen who did it. But it was just a gas cylinder, apparently. So they say, right? They say a gas cylinder explosion in tense Abu Dhabi raises alarm. And so, yeah, I mean, it looked like that to me, although I'm not an expert, but it didn't look like it was something from, from any armaments. And you need to understand why this is really crucial, because, of course, Saudi Arabia is the biggest customer of U.S. Arms sales, certainly U.S. arms sales, and it's buying weapons from everyone, really. The French, the Germans, the Australians, they're all selling weapons to Saudi Arabia. And the thing is with the Emirates, it's the UAE. They want to sell Abu Dhabi and Dubai to foreigners and foreign investments. Think about this: 80% of the people, 80% of the people in the Emirates are not from there. They're expatriates. They're people who are coming there to work. They're investors and so on. And this is very bad news for them. It's not about what is hit in Abu Dhabi. It's just the fact that the Yemenis are able to do that now. Remember, Sana'a is like 2,000 kilometers from Abu Dhabi. And so the fact that they have this reach now is not good for the Emiratis, because then this scares away foreign investment. It doesn't, they're not able to market themselves as some kind of safe, lovely, fashionable city for, Brits and whoever else is coming in to build whatever next skyscraper. And so it's bad for business, very, very plainly put. Obviously, that's not just the only objective here. The Yemenis are simply fighting for their lives. They're not just hitting Abu Dhabi for fun. Again, this war has been going on since 2015. I'm still shocked by this statistic. I'm still shocked by this fact that you have the world's the worst cholera outbreak in history is in Yemen, right? You had over 1 million people with cholera. Like this is entirely preventable. It doesn't need to be this way. All of it is preventable. We don't need to. No one needs to be bombing other people, right? But it's just tragic, you know. It's absolutely tragic. And then the Yemenis defend themselves. And what is the response from the U.S.? What does Joe Biden's administration say? Oh, well, we might put sanctions again on Yemen, which basically translates to we're going to starve them even more than they've been starved already. Like, you know, how dare you resist? This is all what it comes down to. And I think this is very, it's not opening a new front entirely, because we have to be, we have to remember that Yemen has been able to hit Abu Dhabi before, or at least the Emirates. But this is definitely, in the sense of their armaments, a new front, because, you know, what Yemen has been able to do with ballistic missiles and drones, this is something that you're seeing in the axis of resistance more and more. If you go and look at, for example, what's happening in Iraq, right? The Americans, they still have tons of bases in Iraq, right? So it's an occupation. Like, let's be honest with each other. We're not going to pussyfoot around this. The Americans came back into Iraq to fight ISIS, and they're still there, right? And they have all these bases everywhere. And the Hashd al-Shabi, so the Popular Mobilization Units, which is, again, the PMU is a group of militias, from all... Yeah, again, it's Iraq. It's kind of like Syria. You have tons and tons of religious groups, ethnic groups. So it's a mosaic of militias who are against the American occupation, who are against imperialism. And they've been hitting these American bases with drones. So this is a new thing that's entered the scene here, that's being used by Yemen and being used by the Hashd al-Shabi, by the resistance. So... because both of them are in the resistance axis, right? And they're using these suicide drones, they call them. It doesn't mean there's anyone strapped to it. It's just that it's a self-destructing drone, as opposed to something like a Reaper, for example, which can deliver a payload and then come back and land and refuel and take off with another payload, right? These don't come back. It's like a V1 rocket from World War II. You know, the Germans made the Doodle bug, as it's called. Also, it's self-destructing, right? That's the point. And it has a set amount of fuel. So, you have an approximate guess of how much fuel it needs to get to the target. You give it that amount of fuel, and then it's done. So I hope that was an adequate update on Yemen. Again, we could stay here for much longer, and I kindly implore you to watch the interviews and the videos I did on Yemen. Again, there's a bunch of stuff I can't geek out, but it's on the channel and on my program on Press TV as well. So just give me a second over here. I'm just going to move on to the next segment. I guess we just did another one there, which is good. Right. Okay, just give me a second. We'll go to the next one. Okay. Israel bombed Syria last night. Again, for those of you who are keeping count, kindly tell me in the comments what number episode this is where I tell you that Israel has bombed Syria. I mean, I've lost count, honestly. So I posted about this yesterday as soon as it happened. Remember, if you want breaking news, follow me on Twitter. I'm always posting breaking news and everything else that I do. And so this happened last night. And what happened is that the Israelis went after Damascus, right? They bombed... hold on, I'm going to try and pull up the pictures for you here. Yeah, they bombed Qudsiya, right, which is in Damascus in Syria. And these are some of the photographs of the damage yesterday, right? So, they just casually drop bombs in a residential neighborhood like it's nothing. This is a typical Syrian Dore, which you'll find in Syrian apartments. But yeah, that's basically what happened. And what is the excuse that they give? I mean, the Israelis, they don't actually say directly. The media will do it for them because they have all these, lovely stenographers and propagandists who will do the talking for them in the media. And so the regular excuse, why is Israel bombing Syria, is that, it's Iranian militias, right? And sometimes they'll spice it up and say it's Hezbollah targets, right? So I'm getting to get into that in a second of how absurd this is. But something very interesting which happened just afterwards is that you had sirens going off in occupied Palestine, or what they call Israel. And so this was near a Palestinian town called al-Faham, okay? And let me just play that for you quickly if you can hear it. So these are air raid sirens, yep. And so the idea was, well, what's going on? Has Syria hit back? And yes, in a way, because every time the Israelis hit Damascus or hit Syria, they come from the direction of the occupied Golan Heights, and then the surface-to-air missiles, the air batteries of the Syrian army are activated. So they launch SAMs trying to intercept the Israeli planes, and one of these surface-to-air missiles, one of these rockets that was launched by Syria, went into Palestine and exploded mid-air. Now, listen what happened afterwards, right? So just, again, let me summarize this. Israel bombed Syria. Syria launched missiles to try and intercept the jets, okay, in defense. And then Israel went and bombed Syria again for defending itself. Look at this tweet from the Israeli occupation forces on Twitter. They said, quote, in response to the anti-aircraft missile launched from Syria earlier tonight, we just struck surface-to-air missile targets in Syria, including radar and anti-aircraft batteries. Right? So they're basically saying, well, you tried to defend yourself when we bombed you, so we had to come back and bomb you again. Right? like just typical classic oppressor bullshit. It's like, well, this Palestinian threw a brick at us after we bulldozed his house, so we got to kill him now. He's a terrorist. Like this is their fucking logic, right? And if you look at the headlines from the media, right? They don't tell you that Syria was defending itself. They don't make it sound like that. What they say is that they say things like this, right? This is from Haaretz. They say Israel strikes Syrian army targets after anti-aircraft missile explodes over Israel. So they make it seem like Syria is the aggressor. Like Israel had to defend itself from the Syrian anti-aircraft missile. Why did Syria launch an anti-aircraft missile? Maybe because you were bombing Syria. This is such, really classic oppressor bullshit. It's fucking unbelievable. And I want to explain something to you because last year, I think it was around spring 2021, the exact same thing happened, right? Israel comes and bombs Syria, and then Syria launched a surface-to-air missile in response. And this missile traveled something ridiculous. I think it went 200 kilometers and exploded. It landed near Dimona. Now, Dimona is very important. You need to understand what Dimona is. This is where Israel has developed nuclear weapons. So, Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel has refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It developed these nuclear weapons in secret, and it has an undeclared nuclear arsenal. And this is one of its key nuclear facilities. And this, again, I'm telling you that Syria was defending itself. It launched the SAM, the surface-to-air missile, and it was chasing an Israeli jet. Doesn't matter. Maybe it just took an errant course. In any case, this Syrian missile landed very close, just a few kilometers from Dimona. Do I need to explain to you what kind of disaster would have happened if that missile had struck the nuclear facility? You know what happened in Chernobyl, right? Now, I don't know if it would have been exactly much worse or a little bit less worse. That's not good. It's not good, obviously. And do you think the Israelis learn anything from this? That they nearly had a nuclear accident because they keep bombing Syria every week? It's not Syria's fault. Syria's just defending itself. If the missile goes towards Dimona, that's the Israelis' fault. Because if you wouldn't bomb Syria, Syria wouldn't launch any anti-aircraft missiles. It's that simple. And they nearly had a nuclear accident I mean, this is a catastrophe, right? You have to understand something. You might be thinking, well, it's the Israelis' fault and they'll suffer the consequences. No, Israel is in occupied Palestine. Palestinians would suffer. Syria would suffer. When Chernobyl happened, you had countries all the way in Western Europe that had to clean the streets regularly to get rid of the particles that were being carried in the wind. People couldn't go outside. The wind carries this shit everywhere, right? So you might end up in Jordan and Syria. Who knows? Who knows? It's incalculable what kind of damage this would create, right? But do the Israelis learn? No, of course not. Let's just go bomb Syria over and over and over again. They've done it dozens and dozens of times since that incident at Dimona, right? And so this is such a messed up, stupid argument that they try to make that, well, Israel is defending itself. Israel is bombing Syria to defend itself. What do you mean defend? Defend from what? If Syria, let's assume this Israeli argument is true. Okay, let's say, yes, Syria has Iranian targets. This is a buzzword they keep using. Let's assume that it's true. Syria has Iranian troops or Hezbollah troops in Syria. Okay, so what? The U.S. has 800 military bases. Does that mean it's okay to go bomb all of these countries, these 70 plus countries that have U.S. military bases? Like think of this logic. Like just imagine, for example, your neighbor has people over for dinner that you don't like, so you go and throw a Molotov cocktail at your friend's house. What does that even mean? Like what kind of, you call that self-defense? No one is attacking Israel. No one is attacking the Israelis. So even if this is true that you have Iranian militias and Hezbollah inside of Syria, well, what did they do to Israel? You are the one that keeps bombing Syria every week. Syria is a sovereign country. It's not some kind of Israeli, Israeli colony. They act like, well, you have Iranian troops and Iranian militias inside Syria without our permission. What? It's none of your fucking business. If anyone is being the aggressor here, again, I don't need to remind you this, the Golan Heights in Syria, who's been occupying the Golan Heights since 1967, right? Israel. So Israel and Syria are still officially in a state of war, technically speaking. And let me just show you very quickly here on the map, the Golan Heights. Israel is still occupying this since 1967. The Golan Heights are extremely precious. It's right on this, it's a strategic vantage point. It's rich in oil and water, and then they go and build ski resorts on there. Like this is, again, they're so fucking arrogant. They go and build ski resorts on land that they stole. Literally every single country in the world has said that this is illegal. Like the United Nations Security Council passed numerous resolutions, all saying you need to get out of the Golan Heights. And it's just Donald Trump, starting from Donald Trump, that the U.S. recognized it as Israeli. Like they're so, it's Trump. What am I supposed to say? And Naftali Bennett, who is now the Israeli prime minister, he's launched a target to double the number of illegal settlements in the Golan Heights. You have a lot of Syrians who still live there, right? Druze also. And they have been offered Israeli citizenship and they just flat out refused it. Like, screw you, we don't want that. We're Syrian and we're proud. And so this is an illegal annexation. And it's very important to understand the Golan Heights, not just why it's valuable in resources and its location, but also because this is where the Israelis launch their attacks from all the time. And they'll also fly through Lebanese airspace, right? So, if anyone is the aggressor here, it's Israel. Israel is illegally occupying Syria, stealing its resources, annexing its land. So if anyone has a right to defend themselves, it's Syria. Syria is the one that's being attacked every week by Israel. When I say every week, it really is every week. It's at best every 2 weeks, right? At best every 2 weeks, they're bombing Syria. And the Israelis have admitted that they've done this hundreds of times. And this was a couple of years ago. I think this was in like 2016 or 2018 when they said that. So just imagine how many times since then. It's probably in the thousands now. And we know, of course, that the Israelis were working with Al-Qaeda. And again, that's not some kind of like, well, we think they're working with Al-Qaeda. No. They literally admitted that on television, that they were helping Al-Qaeda fighters because they hate the Syrian government and they want to, it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So that's the kind of logic they've been using. So they bomb Syria every week. They annex its land. They help Al-Qaeda. They work with terrorists to attack Syria, and then they claim that they're the victims and they're defending themselves. Really, again, you really have to be a special kind of fucking idiot to have this kind of logic. And it's just the same shit they do with the Palestinians. You know, they attack them, they kill them, they bomb them, and then they claim they're the victims. Israel is always the victim, Israel is always correct, and everyone else is wrong, and an anti-Semite and a terrorist, blah, 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 right? It's vile. It's vile. And they killed a Syrian soldier last night. And they've done this numerous times already, right? So I can tell you, just in the last year, they've killed a number of Syrian soldiers that were killed, for example, manning anti-aircraft batteries, you know? So when we, for those of you who are not familiar with the military lingo, an anti-aircraft battery is where they launch, it's a military installation where they launch surface-to-air missiles or anti-aircraft measures, right? So this is who was killed yesterday, this Syrian soldier, right? They killed him, the Israelis, last night after bombing Syria for defending itself, right? Faiz Mansour, another young man senselessly murdered in this morning's Israel attack on Damascus, Syria. So, you know, if Israel bombs you, you better not defend yourself, because then they'll come back and bomb you again. You know, typical like abuser, oppressor bullshit. It's so vile, and no one cares. Like this stuff doesn't even register on the evening news. You know, if you asked most people on Earth, they have no clue that this is happening. It's just normal now. It's like, whatever, you know, fuck Syria. Israel is cool. Yeah, let's just keep sending weapons. And this is, you know, this is what's so incredible. You have these like these shit libs and these boutique leftists who come and like want to slobber and lick the squad's ass. The squad funded this. Remember that. Never forget this, right? And to this day, I still don't understand how literally no one else talked about this. That Ilhan Omar voted to give Israel the annual military aid that they get, right? The 3.8 billion. Again, that's separate from the Iron Dome, that they had this additional 1 billion. And then that one, AOC, she abstained, right? Like she's too much of a coward to say, no, we're not giving you this money, which you use to kill Palestinians. And you know, Iron Dome is defensive. Yeah, on whose land is the Iron Dome? It's on stolen Palestinian land. But in this case, these Israeli jets, you know, the payloads that they're using, the bombs, the munitions, it's all American. It's all paid for by Americans, right? With American tax dollars. And this is the kind of shit that the Democrats fund and the Republicans fund, right? So it's the same thing either way. If you're outside of the United States, if you're on the receiving end of Israel's aggression, what does that mean? Democrat, Republican, quad? What is this bullshit? It makes no difference. Zero. And it's not just Ilhan Omar. Right? Who else was in that vote? I documented all of this. I've talked about it on the channel. I literally showed you every single individual vote. I think it was Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Jamal Bowman, of course. You know, so that was surprising, wasn't it? Ilhan Omar, after they attacked her so much, right? She's helping Israel to bomb Syria and kill Palestinians. Great job. Very, very human rightsy of you. Very humane. Yeah, very, very progressive. Wonderful. Well done. So, again, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I feel shit about what they're doing and repetitive. I feel like it's almost, it's mundane to talk about it. But we have to talk about it because no one else will. You know, even those who are supposedly, I don't know, on the left and you know, talking about Israel. I feel like, you know, it's so repetitive that no one wants to talk about it. But that's the thing. It's not my fault that they keep committing the same crimes. I'm just reporting on it. You know. So, guys, I really need to drink something. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm just going to pull up I'm pulling up the live chat over here. Give me a second. I want to read your comments a little bit. Omar says facts. Thank you. Smoky Salty says Richard is always fire. I appreciate that. Beverly says, it's reality. Real people dying. They had lives. Yeah, this is very important to underscore. This is not like some statistics or, it's so kind of detached from reality. Like if you see some of the articles that I talked about yesterday, and they say that, most of them don't even mention that a Syrian soldier was killed. But even those who do, they don't even show his photograph or his name. You think if an American soldier was killed, they would definitely show his name. They would show his picture. He's a hero, all of this stuff. But, it's like Syrian soldiers like, yeah, they're worthless and it's okay for Israel to kill them. It's so vile, honestly, And I just want to say one thing. I just want to say another thing. This thing with Dimona, the incident with Dimona, where that Syrian anti-aircraft missile almost landed at an Israeli nuclear reactor. Like, dude, one day the Israelis are going to shoot themselves in the foot like that. And it's not just them who are going to suffer, it's everyone around. Because if you have a nuclear accident, Syrians will suffer, Palestinians will suffer. Everyone who is near the occupied territories is at risk of suffering. And these kind of catastrophic accidents, because they want to continue attacking Syria and continue their aggression against Syria, to keep Syria in chaos. That's the goal. You need to understand what the goal is here. Because I keep telling you, I keep reporting on this, they're doing it almost every week. Why are they doing this? Because Syria is in a state of chaos right now. It's been split into 4 parts. You got the Americans and the Kurds to the east occupying the oil. You got Turkey and all these jihadists in the north in Idlib, and the Israelis in the south in the Golan Heights. And they want to keep Syria in chaos so it can't get up on its feet again, And the idea also is to hit Iran, right? Because they don't want Iran and Hezbollah working with Syria, standing with Syria, which again is it's such a double standard. Like every other country is allowed to have military alliances and they can host troops in each other's countries, but apparently, this is an affront on Israel. Like it doesn't matter that they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything to Israel, even though they have the right to self-defense. It doesn't matter. Just that by virtue of being in Syria, this is an affront. Like this is their logic. They think that's self-defense. And this really is similar to the Bush doctrine, the George Bush doctrine, where it's all about preemptive strikes. And we're going to attack this person, even though they haven't done anything, because we think and we're going to lie about them intending to do something, right? This is the same kind of logic. And then they think that, they're a democracy and they respect international law. It's all garbage. They don't respect anything. They don't respect anyone. So I'm just looking at the quality. I got to say, damn, it's good. The image is good. Is it coming? I'm really glad. Is the image coming through well on your end? I'm also curious, what device are you guys watching on? Are you watching on your phone, on your laptop, your PC, your television? I saw some people who were watching on their television who were sending those pictures. That was amazing. I think one of you even had like a sort of cinema room, a home theater. I was like, what? Is that me? What? I've never seen anything like that. It like completely blew my mind. You can put YouTube inside of a home theater. I didn't even think of that. It's incredible. I see some of you. Okay, so let's see. Laptop, PC, laptop, PC. Lark says watching on Roku. Eric says, still doing the same game with Biden regarding Russia and Ukraine. I'm watching on laptop. We're going to get to Russia and Ukraine in a second. Phone, laptop, mobile. Most of you I see are watching on laptops. But actually now it's balancing out. I see. Anthony says he's watching on hologram. Lovely. We had a Tupac hologram and now we have a Richard hologram. Cinema Gorilla says Apple TV gang. Linux laptop. I see everything here. This is fascinating. And does the image look good to all of you guys? Because I'm gonna be honest. Like I had to tone down the settings a second because I thought that there was some issue. I don't want to get into it. It was just some tech issue, and I thought that I had to lower the quality for there to be no lag. So I'm just hoping everything is okay. But yeah, the hologram is a good one. Zach says VR. Are you really watching on VR? That's incredible. Django says, I'm in the room with you. Oh, shit. Fellow says dem smooth bokeh balls. I love a good appreciation for the bokeh balls, right? It's fresh. I'm glad. Okay, guys. So let's move to the next segment, shall we? Let's move on to the next segment. I hate having these stupid things in my ear. Sometimes I need them because there's sound and I need to listen to what I'm showing you guys. But some segments I don't need them at all. And I go by like an entire stream and I've forgotten them. Anyway, let's go on to the next one, which I keep saying we're going to do. Give me a second over here. So okay. So this is a quick one. I'm just going to make this a quick segment. I'll just make this a quick segment. Just pulling it up. Hold on a second.
Given in Westminster that around this movement when he didn't like that.
Come on. Okay, I think I found it here. Okay, good. Let's start. Keir Starmer, leader of the opposition, leader of the Labour Party in the UK. So he was heckled by a bunch of people on the street. Let me play you the clip and then I'll break it down for you.
Keir Starmer was returning to Parliament from the Ministry of Defence when he was surrounded by anti-lockdown, anti-vax protesters. Amongst the abuse hurled at him were allegations about the prosecution of Jimmy Savile, raised by the Prime Minister a week ago. The encounter was filmed by a group called Resistance GB as the police made a decision to remove Sir Keir by car. The Prime Minister's words are being blamed for the incident by a number of Tory and Labour MPs.
What really makes me angry.
So basically, now just right off the bat, they're saying that it was a bunch of anti-vax people who heckled him. I don't know, because I listened to the clip where there wasn't any narration. I even heard someone yelling about Julian Assange. And if you go watch Channel 4, their coverage on this, even they said that there was a bunch of a different variety of people. So I don't know it, because they're saying it was those kinds of people, but then they're saying that they were yelling about Jimmy Savile, which, you know, if you don't know, he used to be on the BBC, and there was a whole sex scandal, and they basically protected him. And then after he died, it came out that, you know, you had the BBC and the British establishment who had said nothing about him, right? So Boris Johnson, who's the UK Prime Minister, he's accusing Keir Starmer, who used to be the head of public prosecutions, of refusing to prosecute Jimmy Savile. And of course, this is why you have this whole row now. And my point, what I want to focus on is what George Galloway said. You know, George Galloway, again, he's amazing. He's a former MP himself, member of Parliament. I have nothing but the highest respect for George Galloway. And I want to show you something that he said on Twitter. So about this incident with Keir Starmer. So he said that I was seriously assaulted in 2014 and could well have been killed whilst I was a member of Parliament. Neither Keir Starmer, nor most of the political class, nor most of the media gave a toss about it. Spare me the faux outrage, please. So this incident is quite grave, honestly. This happened to George Galloway in 2014. He was taking a picture with some people, and then all of a sudden he gets attacked by an Israeli Zionist fanatic who was wearing a T-shirt with the Israeli forces logo on it. And he beat the crap out of George Galloway. I mean, he almost tried to kill him. You know, he got 16 months in prison for it, if I recall correctly. 16 months for what he did to George Galloway. And George Galloway said something else also, right? I mean, just on his first point, I completely, absolutely agree. George Galloway, they didn't care about him because George Galloway defends Palestinians. That's why he got attacked in the first place by this Zionist fanatic, right? It's only because of that. Right? He called them all sorts of nasty things. Oh, you're a Nazi, you're an anti-Semite. Complete bullshit. Complete nonsense. And it turns out that guy was actually, he had converted to Judaism, and he's a former BBC manager. I have no clue if that's relevant to his background is relevant to that with BBC or whatever. But what he did is wrong. And no one cared, because George Galloway is a stand-up man. I don't agree with him on every single political issue in the world ever. That's not the point. But when it comes to really important things like, Palestine, the Middle East, imperialism, he's the best. You should have seen when he went to the U.S. Congress. He gave a speech to the U.S. Congress. I mean, he demolished them. Like, those congressional hearings are extremely boring. I mean, I watch them for fun, I must admit. But they can be really, really boring. And if there's one clip that you ever watch from a congressional hearing, let it be the one with George Galloway, because he toasted them. And this is about the Iraq War, right? Which he opposed. He toasted them. Toasted, roasted, everything, man. So definitely watch that. But this is why they said nothing. And I want to say another thing. I want to add another thing that George Galloway said about this incident. And this is in the Express. They talked about George Galloway's tweet. He said, "Why walk? Sheikh and Starmer could have avoided mob with private vehicle or underground tunnel." George Galloway has slammed Sir Keir Starmer for not using a private route when he was mobbed by a crowd of anti-vaxxers yesterday, right? So on Twitter, George Galloway said, "There's a tunnel between Portcullis House and Parliament, which I have walked thousands of times. No members of the public can access it. The leader of the opposition has an official car with police protection." So he's asking a very valid question, right? You're leaving Parliament. Why didn't you use the tunnel, which is closed off to the public? It's reserved for MPs. Why didn't you use the police protection? So I don't know what George is getting at, but I sense that he's saying it could be maybe a bit manufactured. I don't know. He says, quote, "Why then did Keir Starmer choose to walk through the mob?" Right? So, of course, they don't like this and they start attacking George Galloway. And remember, Keir Starmer called himself a Zionist without qualification, right? Which is, is music to the ears of the Israelis. But, so when Keir Starmer gets asked a bunch of questions and heckled, again, I'm not saying it's nice. If you're in his shoes, I guess that's not nice. But when my point is the media response. So when it happens to him, they throw a fit. And, oh, my God, it's these savages and so on and so on. And when it happens to George Galloway, who's severely, severely beaten, I mean, there's nowhere near this kind of outrage in the media. Nowhere near. Some people make fun of it even. It's disgusting. And that's actual violence. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to highlight the double standard here. Right? It depending on your political views, if you are nice with the establishment, if you're an imperialist, you're a Zionist, you protect Israel, you protect the elites in Britain, then people will protect you in the media in exchange, right? But if you're an anti-imperialist, you're like Chris Williamson or George Galloway, or Jackie Walker, you're a good MP. You're someone who actually cares for the people. You care about what Britain is doing to others overseas. You care about Palestinians. You care about the workers. Then they shit on you, right? They chastise you. They vilify you. And even when you are heckled and actually beaten in the street, they're not going to care about it as much. And that's very, very important to highlight that. It's a real glaring double standard. So thank you so much to Rob for the donation. Rob says, "For all those who can't right now, love and strength, guys, using a criminally old iPad right now." Well, thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate that. And well, I'm hoping the stream still looks good on the criminally old iPad, but I'm very grateful for your support. Your support, most important of all. Thank you, Rob. It's always good to have you in the chat. And thank you also to Josh, who sent a very sizable donation on PayPal. I really appreciate that. Before I get to the next segment, I just need to go to the bathroom 1 second. Don't go anywhere, though. If you can, in the meantime, I would be very happy if you could please support the show and support independent media. You can make a donation on Venmo or CashApp or PayPal. Ask me a question. Send a comment. whether it's in the chat or in a donation, and I will read all of them. And thank you so much. And if you want to support the show monthly, you can donate on Patreon for as little as €1 or £1 or $1 a month. It makes no difference. I'm grateful for all of your support. Give me 1 second, and I'll be right back, and I'll leave the links below. I just need to take a quick bathroom break, and we will continue. We have many more things to talk about, so don't go anywhere. Right. We are back. Just give me a moment, please, to set up the next segment, and we'll be on our way. Mic check. Tell me if you can hear me. Alrighty. Christ, this really made me angry. Honestly, this segment. This really made me angry. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So I think you should be able to hear me and see me again. We'll be on our way to the next segment. So, MSNBC did a segment about someone who shoplifted, who stole 10 steaks from Trader Joe's. Yeah, like apparently this is national news. Here's a tweet. Here's a tweet from Reverend Al Sharpton. Quote, an alleged shoplifter has been caught on tape appearing to steal 10 steaks from New York City's Trader Joe's. I joined MSNBC to speak on the need for public safety and to address criminal justice concerns. Let's take a look at the clip and what they have to say about this issue.
It is true that people are just walking in and walking out with it.
No, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you go to a local pharmacy, Dwayne Reed or Rite Aid, any of them, and you've got to get someone to help assist you. I mean, they have the little button there.
Yep.
You hit the buzzer, and the guy comes over and unlocks your toothpaste.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about basic stuff.
Exactly.
As well.
What did I miss that we now have to lock up toothpaste?
Yeah, and
What? Lock up toothpaste? I have never heard of that. I remember in some stores they would lock up video games in this plastic box, and then at the register they would open the box and then give you the video game, or with clothes they have these tags. Toothpaste. They're locking up toothpaste. Christ.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Rev, really quickly. I mean, Eric Adams has said he's going to do his best to fix this. I'm just curious. I mean, he's got a governor who's saying, well, I don't know that we want to give the judges any power to make decisions on whether they've seen the same bad guy in front of them like 12 times in the past week. And then you've got a DA. I know you talked to the DA. The DA's going, oh, we don't want to punish anybody unless it's like really bad. You know, so, yeah, you can steal whatever you want to steal. And, yeah, we won't do any jail time. And then you've got... You know, then you've got a woke city council. I'm just curious, is Eric Adams going to be able to do anything? Well, he's obviously surrounded by elected officials who want New York to remain chaotic.
Well, I think he's got a challenge there because there is a debate in the criminal justice system, and there are those that are...
Hold on a second. So this Joe Scarabout is calling people who shoplift food bad guys. I mean, I'm pretty sure people who shoplift food are probably not in the best financial situation. I mean, you got to be fucking broke and starving to go steal food, right? We're not exactly talking about Al Capone here. Bad guys, criminal justice system, Jesus Christ. Where are they going with this?
Concerned, including me, about overloading the system and the jails with petty crimes. But at the same time, you cannot have a culture where people are just at random, just robbing and stealing, and is out of control and is put on the front page of newspapers, which only encourages others to do it. In fairness to Eric, he's only been made...
No. What encourages people to shoplift things like steaks and food is poverty, is hunger, not other people doing it. You know, you don't pick up the front pages, wow, I think I might go out and steal me a bunch of steaks. Those look tasty. I fancy some ribeye. What? How like, out of all the things that would cause someone to steal food, you're thinking that seeing others do it is what's encouraging them? Not hunger, not poverty? You didn't think of those things? No?
They have 5 weeks. But but even as I'm fair to him, Eric, they're locking up my toothpaste.
I'll say,
come on, baby.
Come on. I'll say that, first, just the hamburger cover of the New York Post just makes me hungry. I've been up for a few hours now. Yeah. But I think this points to a larger issue, though. There is a sort of just sense that things just aren't quite right. The city's a little bit out of control. Crime is up in 72 of the 77 NYPD precincts.
Jesus Christ. I mean, you basically have a bunch of millionaires, literally every single one of them is a millionaire, sitting in this room and talking about how someone who stole a bunch of steaks and toothpaste is a public safety issue. Jesus Christ. I mean, the arrogance is something out of this world, really. It's really something out of this world. I want to read you a bunch of the tweets that were listed underneath because I think they really echo my sentiment about this kind of segment. This person says, maybe the concern is hunger or poverty or capitalism. That is $100 plus worth of steaks. What would implore someone to steal meat out of the freezer case? Seen out of the Great Depression. Let's talk about that. This person said, maybe you should talk about the need to provide people food. If people are stealing food and diapers and toothpaste, and you frame it as a crime problem, you are part of the problem. Here's one from the New York City DSA chapter. They said, if you're angry at someone for taking 10 steaks from a Trader Joe's, you should be 2 million times more upset at annual corporate wage theft. Right? So you guys know what wage theft is. It's basically when corporations, they steal from the workers, right? They make you work overtime and then they don't pay you the overtime hours. Sometimes they just flat out refuse to pay you. They keep you working longer than you're supposed to be working. There's all sorts of ways that they steal your wages from you without you even realizing sometimes. And look at how much this adds up to. It's astronomical figures, right? So this photo posted by the DSA, this is theft, okay? Wage theft. We're talking 23.6 23.2 billion. I don't know if you can read that. It's quite tiny. 23.2 billion in minimum wage violations. 8 billion in overtime violations. 4 billion in rest break violations. Off the clock violations, 3 billion. And look at down here how much robbery is, 0.3. I mean, let's be clear, that doesn't make, like, no one is saying stealing is okay, but we're talking about people who are in desperate conditions. You know, again, if you're stealing toothpaste, you're probably not doing well, and that doesn't make you a criminal. That you're not. That's not comparable to wage theft. What about the bankers? I want to know: has MSNBC ever brought on these thieving, disgusting banks that stole people's homes in 2008, that rob people on the regular? Have they ever done a segment about that? Do you want to bet that they've never done that? Where's the panel? Like, they had 5 people here, 5 people talking about stolen steaks, poor people stealing steaks. Look at that, 5 people, an entire panel to address this. Where's the panel to talk about the wage theft? Where's the panel to talk about the people who are suffering so bad that they have to do this kind of stuff? Where's the panel to talk about the U.S. theft, right? Do I need to remind you that the United States is stealing oil from Syria, from Iran? Look at this. Look at this. Both Trump and Biden did this. The United States sells 1 million barrels of Iranian oil seized under sanctions. So they literally, the United States literally pirated a Iranian ship on its way to Venezuela. You got 2 countries who are interacting with each other that are taking part in mutual beneficial agreements that are just trading with each other. 2 sovereign countries, Venezuela and Iran, and the US comes and steals the oil. Fuck your sanctions. Your sanctions are unilateral. They apply only in the US. They're not legal under international law. You can't enforce them on Venezuela, which Venezuela, by the way, is also under sanctions. Venezuela is not going to cooperate with US sanctions. So they literally steal the oil and then sell it off. Where's the MSNBC segment to talk about that? Where's the MSNBC segment to talk about the US stealing oil in Syria? Syria, 25% of the government's revenue in Syria is from oil. The US has put Syria under sanctions to starve people. The US bombed Syria, financed Al-Qaeda to destroy Syria. The US is occupying Syria's oil and stealing it, not just occupying it, stealing it to cut off crucial revenue. You know, and I talk to my cousins, they tell me you can't get fuel for your car. You can't get anything you can't get heating oil. You can't get any bread. What about that fucking theft? What about that theft? Is there going to be an MSNBC segment on that? What a disgusting bunch of people. Honestly, they're so loathsome, you know, and this kind of this rich, arrogant contempt that they display, this contempt that they have for poor people who are stealing toothpaste. They make jokes about it. What's so funny about that? What's funny about that? You're so well off that that's amusing to you. And speaking of Trader Joe's, I want to show you something right here. Look at this. This is from 2019. Trader Joe's grocery outlet contractor fined $1.6 million for wage theft. So this shop, for those of you who are not Americans, Trader Joe's is a grocery store, right? And it was committing wage theft against its own employees. It was stealing money from them. Again, we looked at the various kinds over here. I put up a list for you: overtime, rest break, off the clock, minimum wage. There are many ways that a company, a corporation, can steal money from its workers, right? Deny them their work's worth. And so this Trader Joe's is stealing from its own employees, but they don't talk about that. They talk about someone who stole a bunch of steaks. Jesus Christ, these people are they're so loathsome, honestly. Here are some more tweets I want to read to you. This person said, shoplifting food is not a public safety issue. It's a private property and food insecurity issue. Yes, you're damn right. And you know what's so disgusting? Like the guy they brought on here, Reverend Al Sharpton, who's talking about this. Like, you call yourself a reverend? Like, let me get this straight. They brought on a reverend, a Christian, to talk about someone who's stealing steaks as if it's like some kind of colossal public safety and criminal justice issue. You know, forgive me, but I don't remember Jesus Christ telling you to shit on poor people, you know? What's so Christian about that? You're supposed to have compassion. It's not just a Christian thing, by the way. Every single religion teaches this. You're supposed to have compassion and empathy with others, especially the downtrodden, especially the poor, especially the people who are starving. And you come on here as a reverend, and this is your Christianity, you should be saying we have food insecurity, we have issues of poverty. Why is it? Like, let's address the root cause. This is not a whataboutism thing. I'm actually talking about the same thing. I'm saying, okay, someone stole a bunch of food. Why are they stealing the food? Let's get to the root cause. Why are they doing this in the richest country on earth? Right? America is supposedly the richest country on the planet. Why do you have, hobo cities, as they call them, or homeless cities? I don't know the term, but basically so many homeless people who are encamped outside because there's a home crisis, right? You have people in the tens of thousands who don't have houses in the richest country on earth. You have people who are stealing basic goods. Like, is it so bad? Is it so rampant that you have to put toothpaste in boxes now? You have to lock the toothpaste away? Like, how many people are stealing toothpaste? This is a huge concern. This is a fucking issue. And, and again, instead of taking care of its own people, what does the U.S. government do? And it's not just the U.S. government, it's the UK, and all of them, but we're talking about the U.S. here. What does the U.S. government do, right? They don't give you the money. They give the money to Halliburton. They give the money to Walmart. They give the money to Raytheon. You don't get the money. You get screwed. These people build swimming pools and buy yacht, and you got people who can't buy toothpaste. What kind of wealth inequality is that? This is scandalous. This is scandalous, honestly. And this really gets to the core of the issue, which is you have a government that has been hijacked by corporations, by a percentile of rich, stinking rich people who don't give a crap about anyone. They're not serving their citizens. They're screwing over American citizens, and they're screwing over so they're screwing over American workers and workers all over the planet. And then they send people to kill each other, and they start wars. Meanwhile, they're getting rich. This is disgusting. All this money, and they have a homelessness crisis. All this money, and people have to steal basic, necessities. This is scandalous. This really makes me upset that people have to resort to that, and then they go on TV and vilify them. MSNBC. These people call themselves the left. This is America's left. Jesus Christ, you sound like a bunch of Reaganites, a bunch of conservatives. It's like I've turned on the TV in the 1980s. What is this? And again, some of you this might go over your heads. You might not see that this is the message they're broadcasting, but it is there. You might say it's subtle. I don't think it's so subtle. I think it's very clear what they're doing, and I think it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Do a segment on some real stuff, man. Not the guy who stole 10 steaks. Tell me why he stole them. Tell me why other people are stealing toothpaste. Get to the root issue of it. Do your fucking job as a journalist, right? So this is really upsetting, and I don't think anyone should have to resort to that. I don't think anyone should have to be in such a precarious situation that they can't have basic necessities. And let me be clear, housing is a basic necessity, since we're on the topic. It's not just about toothpaste and soap. Having a home to live in, this is a basic, fundamental necessity, having a roof over your head. You shouldn't have to slave away to have a fucking roof over your head, especially in the richest country on earth. This is unacceptable, man. Instead of, helping the people, they're sending all this money to start a war with Ukraine. They're sending this money to give it, to line the pockets of these weapons manufacturers. They're sending all this money to the banks in Wall Street. What the fuck is going on? It's scandalous, man. And it's not just in the US. Remember that this is really, if you go to the UK, you're also going to see this tremendous wealth inequality. And it's not even a question of, we lack the infrastructure. We lack the knowledge. All of this is there. There is the infrastructure. There is the knowledge. There are the resources to make right, to do right by everybody. But instead of using them for the right things, they're using it to enrich themselves. They're greedy. The establishment, the politicians, the corporations. And so that's why you go to a first world country and you see people sleeping in the street. Now, again, this is just this is just my experience. This is just me talking. And I'm not saying Syria doesn't have issues with poverty, but I have never seen a homeless person in Damascus. Okay? I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm just telling you. Like, I've been all over the world. I've seen homeless people in Paris. I've seen homeless people in Vienna, in Berlin, in London. I've never seen a homeless person in Damascus. I'm not saying there are no poor people and we don't have wealth inequality, but there are things that it just make you scratch your head. Like, what is going on here? You know, this shouldn't be an issue. And again, that doesn't mean it's okay to have like poor people in third world countries. I'm not going to get into the whole issue of why we have third world countries. You guys already know it's centuries of imperialism. And to this day, we have neocolonialism that create this wealth inequality globally. And these institutions like the World Bank, the IMF, who reinforce this. But I just think it's scandalous that you have a bunch of millionaires who are sitting in a fucking studio and basically, you know, speaking in such a condescending, a loathsome, contemptuous manner about people who can't even afford basic necessities. This is really vile. This really angers me, and I find this absolutely, completely unacceptable. Go do a segment on the banks who stole people's homes. Go do a segment on the homeless people, why you have a homelessness crisis. Do a segment on poverty, on some real issues. I get why people refer to MSNBC as Blue Fox now. You know, and speaking of which, I think I saw a few weeks ago there was some segment on Fox with Tucker Carlson. Now, don't get me wrong, he does some good anti-war stuff, but when I see things like this attacking the poor people, he was with Candace Owens and they're just attacking homeless people. I was like, what is wrong with you? You call yourself Christians? That's fucking Christian of you to attack homeless people? How disgusting. It's so disgusting, really. I don't like seeing that. Whether it's Fox or MSNBC, I don't like that. That's not okay. We have a segment, a donation here from Gilani. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. It's, Gilani says, "You're awesome, man. You talk about stuff that matters, and at least I haven't seen someone talk about. Great job, man. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the donation, but mostly for your words. You know, it's I gotta say something. It's difficult sometimes because not just because it's upsetting, but I just mean that some things are so repetitive. You know, for example, I was just talking about Israel bombing Syria, killing Palestinians, and sometimes I'm like, well, I don't want to sound repetitive, but the problem is the crimes are repetitive. Do you understand? So it doesn't really give me a choice. And it's not like it bothers me. It's not about that. It's just like I'm thinking, well, you know, we've heard this a million times and nothing is changing. But you know, we have to talk about it. And it's not our fault that the same crimes continue to be perpetuated. And I think maybe it would be a mistake not to talk about those things. But I'm very happy, just to go back to your comment, I'm very happy that you find the program informative and insightful, and I'm very grateful for that. And just let me refresh here 1 second. FE sent a super chat, says, Habibi, keep it up, ya akhi. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yislamu. And we have another one from Macharias39, says, thank you for covering this. Important to discuss. You're most welcome. And we have another one from, hold on, I'm trying to expand it because I don't see the full thing. We have a commenter from Kiluaxgon, says, can you explain how the interests of Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, the Emiratis align? Are both countries the same faction? Well, you have to understand something about the Middle East, the way the Middle East was created, the modern Middle East. You had, in the beginning of the 20th century, the Ottomans, the Turks, who were occupying most of the Middle East, most of Arabia, right? And this is 400 years, going off of 300, 400 years of Ottoman occupation, right? Everything, Damascus, you know, all the way down to what is today Saudi Arabia. And so the British come along, and they, Lawrence of Arabia, for example, and they incite the Arab revolt. And they get all these Arab tribes together and promise them independence. They say, if you help us get rid of the Turks, you help us beat the Ottomans and kick them out, then we will give you independence. And of course, that's a lie, right? Because while they're doing this in secret, you have the British government moving to make other plans. So they were never intended on giving Arabs independence, on giving them their own land back. And they moved to do things like the Balfour Declaration and the Sykes-Picot Agreement, these secret diplomatic agreements to carve up the Middle East between the French and the British. And so World War II is over. The Arab revolt is a success. The Ottomans are kicked out. They're defeated. The empire has come to an end. And then the French and the British carve up the Middle East. And they carve up the Middle East based on sectarian lines. Because again, this is classic divide and conquer. So in places where, I'm not saying the Middle East is a perfect place, but people were coexisting with each other. I mean, to this day, it's so many religious groups, so many ethnicities. It's the true melting pot. You know, people say the U.S. is a melting pot. I believe Syria, the Middle East, is a melting pot, the real one. And so my point is that the British and the French came and created these divisions that didn't necessarily exist before, right? And so they start carving out Lebanon. They carved Syria up basically into multiple places, right? Into Palestine, Lebanon, what is now Israel, right? The Israeli occupation, and so on and so on. And going back to your question, one of the things that the British did is they installed these monarchies. And what are we talking about? We're talking about Saudi Arabia. We're talking about the UAE. I mean, I forgive me, I don't remember who said this, but I think it's a brilliant quote. Someone referred to the UAE as a glorified gas station or something like that. I think it was the UAE, right? But even the UAE, I think it was created not even 50 years ago, right? And so you have these countries that have been carved out by the British and the French. And, you know, the Saud family, which is occupying Saudi Arabia, I think it was Laith Marouf who put it that way, that they're occupying Saudi Arabia. Yeah, anyway, you have these kingdoms, these countries that were created by the British, and that's fundamentally why their interests align. Because, you know, the UAE, for example, I mean, again, it's, you know, mostly made up of expats. It's made up of foreigners. And now they normalize ties with the Israelis. And the Israelis, as we know, they've been using the Emirates for a long time. They've had under the table dealings. And same with the Saudis. And so this is where their interests align, that they were created by the same colonial powers. And then after that, once they came into being, they started carrying out, implementing the interests of the Americans, the British, the Israelis. And that's really what their common interests are together. Like one of the reasons you have the Emirates and the Saudi Arabia attacking Yemen, for example, we were talking about it just earlier, is because this is fundamentally an issue about attacking the axis of resistance. You know, Yemen is a fundamental part of the resistance axis. That means Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Hezbollah, Palestine. And so it's about weakening any sort of influence. Again, if you go and watch like some shitty Western, or not even just Western, but just like, even Saudi propaganda, they'll be like, it's fighting Iranian influence. It's not Iranian influence. It's like, that basically implies that people are so stupid that they're like mind controlled by Iran and Iran tells them what to do. No. You have people in the Middle East who are anti-colonial, who are fighting for national liberation. And this is unacceptable for the Israelis and the Americans and the British. And so they use these proxies, these client states like Saudi Arabia, like the Emirates, to attack the Yemenis, right? Saudi Arabia, of course, as you know, was funding many of these jihadist groups in Syria, which again, this is aligning with US interests. So it's not, when we talk about the war on Syria, it's not just the Americans and the British, it's also very much the Saudis and Turkey and Israel working in cohesion with them. And so, this has been basically an agreement between the Americans and the Saudis since a long time, is that, you give us oil, you back us, and then we will turn a blind eye to, Wahhabism and the terrorism that you're exporting wherever it is, Pakistan, Syria, it doesn't matter. And this is, when we talk about the 50s and the Cold War, you look at what Iran used to be. Iran, after the coup in 1953 by the British and the Americans, when they removed Mossadegh and they put the Shah back in power, this was a huge blow to the West, because Iran used to be their regional policeman. So Iran was very much what Saudi Arabia is today for the West. The Shah was keep this in, like, put this in just to put this in perspective. Iran used to be the number one customer of arms sales for the U.S. Their number one customer, just like Saudi Arabia is today, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's Saudi. So do you see how this shift happened? You had Iran going from, a key Western ally, the regional policeman, buying all the weapons from the Americans, giving oil to the Americans and the British, of course. And then you have the Islamic Revolution, You have Iran liberating itself from this US-UK backed monarchy, this puppet monarch. And then, of course, there was a shift, to have the Saudis become what Iran was in many ways, right? Not entirely, but in many ways. And so we're not in 1973 anymore. Back then, Saudi Arabia actually had some balls. Because of the Yom Kippur War, Saudi Arabia, in defense of the Palestinians, caused oil prices to go up, right? And that's really when they had the Americans and the West by the balls. And unfortunately, that Saudi Arabia doesn't exist anymore. And, these Arab kingdoms in the Persian Gulf, their interests align, just to answer your question, because they both serve Western imperialist agenda and, of course, their own agenda. But it's, they go hand in hand in many ways, because one helps the other, and then they turn a blind eye to what Saudi Arabia and the Emiratis are doing. So, God, I really need to drink something. Give me a second. I don't like to show you what I'm drinking, like to do inadvertent ads or something. So I'll just put on the donation screen 1 second, which is like the worst plug in history. It's like the most inconspicuous plug. All right. Excuse me. So there we go. That was it. I don't mean that was it for the program. We still have things to talk about. I just wanted to read your comments. So again, thank you so much for all your donations. I'm going to keep going to the next segment now. So let's shift over to Ukraine, right? Which is, again, the number one issue right now. Putin and Macron, the French president, he met with Russia's president Vladimir Putin. Hold on, I don't think you can hear me. I'm going to start again just to be safe. So the Russian president Vladimir Putin met with Emmanuel Macron, the French president, to talk about Ukraine, to discuss this crisis that the West keeps hyping up, right? It's almost as if they want war. And I just want to show you a very brief clip from Putin, and pay attention to what he has to say.
Я хочу еще раз все-таки подчеркнуть это. Я говорил, но мне очень бы хотелось, чтобы вы меня услышали все-таки в конце концов. И донесли это до своих читателей, зрителей и пользователей.
Okay, I was under the impression this one had subtitles. I'm just going to play this one right here. This one has subtitles. There you go.
Я хочу еще раз все-таки подчеркнуть это. Я говорил, но мне очень бы хотелось, чтобы вы меня услышали все-таки в конце концов. И донесли это до своих читателей, зрителей и пользователей в интернете. Но вы понимаете или нет, что если Украина будет в НАТО и военным путем будет возвращать себе Крым, европейские страны автоматически будут втянуты в военный конфликт с Россией. Конечно, потенциал объединенной организации НАТО и России несопоставим. Мы понимаем. Но мы также и понимаем, что Россия одна из ведущих ядерных держав. А по некоторым компонентам, по современности даже многих опережает. Победителей не будет. И вы окажетесь втянутыми в этот конфликт помимо своей воли. И вы даже не успеете глазом моргнуть, когда будете исполнять пункт 5 Римского договора. Господин президент, конечно, не хочет этого развития. И я не хочу. И я не хочу. Поэтому он здесь и находится, и мучает меня уже 6 часов подряд.
That was a funny joke at the end. He's been torturing me for 6 hours. He's referring to the long meeting which they had, right? And so France has been playing an interesting role here. Again, I don't need to explain this to you, but France is not really the global power that it once was. And so Macron is trying to, make France relevant in a few ways. And again, I mean, there's nothing wrong with diplomacy, by all means, diplomacy over war. But I think Putin makes some compelling remarks. And Macron said that he obtained some sort of guarantee from Putin that there won't be any escalation. And then Russia was clarifying that there was no sort of guarantee. But that doesn't mean, of course, that there will be an escalation. But just to make it clear, there wasn't some kind of accord. They didn't sign anything or something like that. But what I want to refer to, what he said in the video, is very, very compelling and very pertinent, is that there will be no winners in this. And when he refers to Article 5 in NATO, this is basically that if one country, enters a conflict, it can rely on the other countries to come to its aid, right? That's the whole point of this alliance. And so that's a problem because many countries do not want war with Russia. I mean, let's just look at Germany for a second as an example. The Germans refused to send weapons to Ukraine, right? So the British, the UK, we were sending weapons to Ukraine. The United States sent weapons to Ukraine. And Germany wasn't so keen on that, right? So that already marks a sort of a tiny shift in the agenda here because, people are not willing to play along. What is France doing now? France, Macron, as we just saw, he's going to meet with Putin and try to negotiate instead of just sending weapons to the Ukrainians. And so you're seeing a little bit of a shift in how European countries, NATO countries, they're not really keen on this warmongering project. Even Ukraine itself, even the president Zelensky was saying, you guys are exaggerating. It's not, there is no Russian invasion. There's no impending invasion, which contradicts a lot of what you're hearing in the British press and the American press. If you open, the BBC, if you turn on the BBC or CNN, they're talking about it as if it's guaranteed. Putin's coming over tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on a tank. And so this is disconnected from reality. And they're having trouble recruiting and garnering support from other NATO members and European states, which, if you compare that to the past, the coalition of the willing when they invaded Iraq, obviously that's a much bigger project, a much bigger crime, but nevertheless a war of aggression. And, I think you had 50 countries involved in that. But this is marking a shift, and it's important because, the United States always wants to recruit other allies to participate in its projects to make them seem more legitimate. It sells better if you go and attack Russia with a dozen countries under your wing, whereas if you go and do it alone, then it's a lot more obvious that something is off here. It's the aggression is a lot more a lot clearer. And so I just want to, again, go back to what he was saying. There won't be any winners. This is really important. And that's why European countries don't want to get sucked in. When we talk about Russia, when we talk about Iran, when we talk about China, you cannot think of their military power in, classical terms. This isn't, you have such and such amount of aircraft carriers and we have such and such. Remember, the U.S. outnumbers all other nations in terms of aircraft carriers. But Russia's a nuclear power. Russia has a very big, large, well-trained army, very well-equipped army. China, the same can be said of that. And when you have things like AUKUS, this military alliance between Australia, the UK, and the US in the Indo-Pacific, when you have things like this Ukraine crisis, this manufactured crisis to start wars, Europeans are waking up and saying, well, no, we don't want this crap because you're going to suck us into this war that we don't even want to fight, right? What are you doing this? What are you doing and why are you doing this? And I really hope that some lessons are being learned here because this is going to be really terrible for everyone. This is, Christ, just look at Afghanistan, Tony Blair and George Bush, they tried to sell that as, we'll go in quickly and we'll get out, right? In Iraq, the same thing, Donald Rumsfeld, we'll be in for a few weeks and then we'll be back out. Very quick and easy. It's never like that. It's never like that. It ends up being a quagmire. And then who suffers? The civilians. The Iraqi civilians, the Afghan civilians. And in this case, man, if you start up something with NATO, who knows what could happen? Who knows? And this is something very important to note because, when you see comments like this, I just want to show you something under the tweet, under the video that I just played for you. This was posted by Tara Reid, right? And she says, quote, there will be no winners, as Putin said. And then she says, do not let the Biden administration drag the world into war. Putin is the grown-up in this conversation. Don't fall for propaganda. And then, of course, do you see what kind of comments she gets underneath? this random person saying under 18 U.S. Code 2381, it takes only 2 senators to initiate a treason indictment. So basically, they're implying that Tara Reade is a traitor to the United States because she doesn't want World War III. This is the kind of logic. Like, you know, they've gotten people so brainwashed that even if something makes sense and it's perfectly, sensible, and it comes out of Putin's mouth, it cannot be good because Russia. You know, they've been brainwashed. I mean, I would like to say just 4 years, but it's been, 50 years. We had McCarthyism, the Red Scare in the U.S., and then, these political witch hunts accusing anyone of being a communist and a Russian spy. And then it's come back now, except the Democrats are the people who've taken hold of that. And so you have Democrats who control the White House, the Senate, the House. And what are they doing? They're trying to start a war. Same thing. It's the war party. You have one party in the U.S. and it's the war party. And whether it's Republicans or Democrats, they always need to start conflicts. There's this inherent need for war because America's economy, it rakes in literally billions from war. Do you understand? And so when you have an economy and a country whose, entire existence is predicated on war, well, you're going to have a lot of problems here. They just finished with Afghanistan, supposedly. There's still CIA in Afghanistan, and the CIA were the first to invade Afghanistan, so what does that mean? But they supposedly just finished with Afghanistan. They're fighting Daesh in Iraq. What, you need more wars now with Ukraine? What is this? And so when you even have Russia, Putin himself saying, let's not do this. We're not going to invade Ukraine. We don't want war. We're all going to lose. This is bad for all of us. I wish there was something sensible, something to that effect coming out of the mouth of Joe Biden, coming out of the mouth of, the British, coming out of the mouths of these warmongers who in the media who insist that, the United States must involve itself and send weapons and instigate and accelerate and exacerbate this situation. There's nothing sensible ever coming out of the mainstream media. There's nothing ever, let's go for diplomacy. We don't need a war. We shouldn't do this. This is bad. There's nothing ever, anything like that. And then, of course, even if Russia, even the Russians, even if Putin himself is saying war is bad, we're all going to lose, we don't want to invade Ukraine, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count for anything. And if you say anything that's anti-war, you get called a traitor, right? Or a Putin puppet. This is just really, really loathsome. And this is their strategy nowadays, right? If you say anything that's against the American war machine, you must be a Russian Putin puppet, etc., right? And I want to show you one thing over here. I think it was Glenn Greenwald who posted this, and it was an excerpt of an article that I think Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders wrote in The Guardian. It was an op-ed. And I just want to read you the couple of lines that Bernie Sanders wrote. Just give me a moment and I'll pull it up for you. Here we go. So Glenn says, a reasonably good Bernie Sanders op-ed on Ukraine. It contains Bernie's standard Russia bashing, now obligatory in Dem politics, that helped create this militaristic climate, but he also recognizes Russia's valid interest in not having NATO in Ukraine. And that is so true with the Russia bashing. You cannot say anything sensible without prefacing it with some anti-Russian nonsense, right? It's like, well, Israel has the right to exist and Israel's peace and security are paramount, but, we should also defend Palestinians. Like, it's always conditional, right? Like, as if Palestinians don't deserve human rights unless it's predicated or prefaced by something for Israel. And the same thing here. You cannot see you're anti-war unless you say that Putin is an authoritarian demagogue and so on. But anyway, I'm going to read to you what Bernie Sanders wrote. He said, quote, one of the precipitating factors of this crisis, at least from Russia's perspective, is the prospect of an enhanced security relationship between Ukraine and the US and Western Europe, including what Russia sees as the threat of Ukraine joining the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance, NATO, a military alliance originally created in 1949 to confront the Soviet Union, right? It's important to remember that, what NATO is. It is good to know some history. When Ukraine became independent after the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, Russian leaders made clear their concerns about the prospect of former Soviet states becoming part of NATO and positioning hostile military forces along Russia's border. The US leaders recognized these concerns as legitimate at the time. They are still legitimate concerns. Invasion by Russia is not an answer, neither is intransigence by NATO. It is also important to recognize that Finland, one of the most developed and democratic countries in the world, borders Russia and has chosen not to be a member of NATO. Right? So, this is, again, just to reiterate what Bernie Sanders is saying, when the Cold War ended in 1991, I've shown you this map last time, but I'm going to pull it up for you again. There was an understanding. There was a gentleman's agreement, if we can use such terms, between Russia, between NATO, that there would be no more NATO expansion, right? Because over the years, this has increased drastically, right? You can see going from 1949 to 52, 55, it's always expanding, you know? So I'm going to try and zoom out there for you. I don't know if you can see it properly. But the point is that the Soviet Union has collapsed. There is no more Soviet Union. NATO was created to counter the Soviet Union, so there's no need for NATO anymore. So please stop expanding and getting nearer to our borders and placing hostile troops or missile silos, Patriot missiles near our borders, right? So that was the understanding. But that's not what happened. And so Bernie Sanders continues in the op-ed, Putin may be a liar and a demagogue. There you go. You got to have the Russia bashing. Putin may be a liar and a demagogue, but it is hypocritical for the United States to insist that we do not accept the principle of spheres of influence. For the last 200 years, our country has operated under the Monroe Doctrine, embracing the premise that as the dominant power in the Western Hemisphere, the United States has the right to intervene against any country that might threaten our alleged interests. Under this doctrine, we have undermined and overthrown at least a dozen governments. In 1962, we came to the brink of nuclear war with the Soviet Union in response to the placement of Soviet missiles in Cuba, 90 miles from our shore, which the Kennedy administration saw as an unacceptable threat to our national security. To put it simply, even if Russia was not ruled by a corrupt authoritarian leader like Vladimir Putin, Russia, like the United States, would still have an interest in the security policies of its neighbors. Does anyone really believe that the United States would not have something to say if, for example, Mexico was to form a military alliance with a U.S. adversary? So again, more Russia bashing. You got to have the whole Putin is the devil and so on and so on. But Bernie Sanders makes some points. And this is the thing, that if you're speaking when we're talking about discourse in mainstream American politics, you have to preface it. You have to start your sentence with, oh yeah, Russia is the worst thing on earth, but da-da-da. So you can't talk sense without the bullshit before. But in any case, this is something, I'm very happy Bernie Sanders raised this point because I raised it myself many times on the show here, on Twitter. In the Cold War, you had the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? This is something that's taught in school to this day, right? So that's early 60s, we're still talking about this 60 years later. What happened? The United States tried to invade Cuba with Cuban exiles, right? Try to overthrow the Cuban government. And then shortly afterwards, Cuba was like, you know what? We need to defend ourselves. So we're going to bring Soviet missiles and put them on our land. And remember, Cuba is about 90 miles off the coast of Florida, right? So it's very close. And the United States, they had these U-2 spy planes. They found out, they saw the missile silos, and they freaked out. And this almost led to a nuclear war, right? That's how big it was. The United States was so outraged. Like, how dare you Soviets put missiles in Cuba, 90 miles from our land? How dare you, present such a threat so close to our borders? And they freaked out, right? But thankfully, there was no nuclear war, and the Soviet missiles were removed. But do you see how the United States freaked out, how unacceptable it was for Cuba to defend itself? Cuba wants missiles on its own land because the United States tried to coup it, right? Try to overthrow the government just shortly before. It wants to defend itself. And the United States went ballistic, no pun intended. But now, the United States is contemplating adding Ukraine to NATO, right? So Russia is surrounded by all of these countries, and that's okay. So it's not okay for Cuba to put Soviet missiles near the United States, but it's okay for the US to put US missiles near Russia. That's a glaring, blinding, blistering double standard. It's a clear-cut double standard. Simple. It's that simple. It's a double standard and it's hypocritical. And Russia doesn't want Ukraine joining NATO, and it doesn't want NATO weapons and troops on its border. So when you see in the media, the whole time, every single article you read, BBC, CNN, whatever it is, they always say Russia is amassing troops on Ukraine's border. Now, first of all, Russia is moving troops inside Russia. Ukraine is amassing NATO weapons, NATO troops inside its borders, right? The UK, the United States have sent boatloads of weapons to Ukraine. Russia doesn't want Ukraine acting, extending NATO's sphere of influence on its border. Again, it's as simple as that. The United States didn't like that with Cuba and the Soviets, and Russia doesn't like that with the Americans in Ukraine. It's really that simple, and you cannot ignore this concept of spheres of influence. Like, Russia is a threat when it brings missiles next to your border, but you're not a threat when you bring missiles to its border. Come on, man. Have some goddamn sense. And Russia is saying it doesn't want to invade. It doesn't want a war, but it cannot accept, Ukraine amassing NATO weapons, NATO troops, and extending NATO's sphere of influence on its border. It's really that goddamn simple. It's that goddamn simple. And the way that they talk about this in the media is so nasty. They act like it's such a difficult thing to grasp. It's not difficult. Russia is a sovereign country, and it's scared of the U.S. Putting missiles and troops and antagonizing it on its border. It's really that simple. Already, there are so many American bases that encircle Russia, right? And it's the same thing with Iran. Iran is encircled with American bases. China, now, remember when the U.S. was in Afghanistan and China share a border. And so you had U.S. bases right on Iran's border, right on China's border, and now they formed AUKUS. And so the U.S. goes and antagonizes these countries by placing aircraft carriers, by placing military bases all around them, and then claims that it is under threat. No, the United States is not under threat at all. We're not even talking about the American continent at all. All of these conversations are happening at Russia's doorstep, at Iran's doorstep, at China's doorstep. So you cannot go to another country and antagonize them and put bases around them and then claim that they are threatening you. What is that? What is that? This is classic oppressor bullshit, right? It's like they go and shoot people in Afghanistan, the British or the Americans or the Australians. They kill people and say that they were under threat. You weren't under threat. The guy was unarmed and you planted a weapon on him after you executed him. So it's really a really nasty thing what's going on here with the media. I cannot fucking stand the propaganda. It's one thing. Okay, let's discuss the situation itself. Let's discuss Ukraine, Russia, the U.S. That's one thing. But the warmongering in the media, I'm so sick of it. I don't know how old you guys are. I'm just old enough to remember I remember 9/11. I remember the invasion of Afghanistan, Iraq. I'm just old enough to remember this shit. And that was enough for me for my whole life to I don't trust a fucking word they say on the news. I know they're liars. I don't trust a word. So I'm shocked how people who were alive back then or who remember this cannot, or rather, who were around back then do not remember this. How can you not remember the propaganda? How can you believe what they're saying again? Every time the U.S. calls another country a threat, it's probably not true. Just as a rule of thumb. Okay? Just as a rule of thumb. And, I'm just going to give you another example with Venezuela. The United States, I covered this here on the channel back in 2019. The United States was amassing troops on Venezuela's border, right? So on the border between Colombia and Venezuela, right? Let me pull up the article for you. Because this is once again the kind of hypocrisy that we're talking about. Anyway, there's no need to pull it up. I'm just telling you, we covered it. The U.S. was amassing troops around Venezuela, and also the U.S. encircled Venezuela. If I'm not mistaken, that's still true to this day because it's just 2019, 2020, with a naval blockade, right? So they have aircraft carriers. Sorry, not aircraft carriers. They have the Navy, the U.S. Navy encircling Venezuela. They have sanctions on Venezuela. Right, an embargo. They have troops on Venezuela's border, and then they act like Venezuela's a threat. The U.S. even tried to do a coup there. So you really have to put things into context, man. I'm so sick of people just admitting the context about what we're speaking, about what we're talking about, because you cannot just take the mainstream media at face value. You cannot just accept what they're saying and act like that's reality. It's not reality. That doesn't mean Russia's perfect. No one is saying that. Literally no one is saying that. But the issue here is that you have a military alliance that was created to counter the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, so why does NATO exist? What's it doing? What's it doing except antagonizing Russia? Does Russia have troops on the US border? No. Does Russia want Mexico or Canada to join a military alliance that's adversarial to the US? No. The US has troops. The US has NATO now on Russia's doorstep, practically, right? Practically and literally. And you can't come here and say that Russia is trying to start a war. No. Anytime the mainstream media are telling you a country is a threat, they want to start a war. That's what's going on. And I find it absolutely incredible that, Bernie Sanders, again, we can get into Bernie Sanders, but I just, it's so disappointing that he's, become what he's doing now, like this establishment. We got to preface anything sensible with this anti-Russia bullshit. And it's really disgusting seeing these people on Twitter like demonize Tara Reid because she doesn't like the pro-war propaganda, I'm just pulling up this stupid tweet again, if you can see that. You're a traitor. Why are you a traitor? If someone doesn't want their doesn't want their country to go to war, and doesn't want their own people to die for no reason except to make corporations rich, that's actually patriotism, because you actually give a shit about your country. Weapons dealers don't care about your country. They don't understand this concept. It's about money. So people who are preventing senseless acts of war, that's patriotism. That when you want to avert death and senseless suffering and misery, I call that patriotism. That's not treason. That's not treason. That's nonsense. So, all right, just a second, guys. Let me see your comments. You guys are very kind. We have a donation over here from Peace People Net. It says, solidarity in the struggle, justice for all. Slay this dragon, Richard. Fiery. Thank you. And again, solidarity with everyone. We have another super sticker from Kristen. Thank you very much. That's very cute. I'm actually in another menu, but it still animates for me. So thank you so much. You guys are very kind. I'm very grateful for all your donations. We have actually someone who joined on Patreon, right? So thank you so much for supporting the show. Again, you can join on Patreon for $1 a month, €1 a month, anything you like, any amount. And we have someone, Megan. Megan, thank you so much for joining on Patreon. I'm going to play a crab dance just for you. That's our tradition here. Thank you so much, Megan. Everybody show some love.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I love a good crab dance. I really do. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Megan, for supporting the show. I really appreciate that. If you would like to support my work, again, I don't believe in paywalls. I really don't believe in that. I feel like news should be free, easy to access, and quick to access for everyone, available for everyone. If you are able, if your circumstances permit you, then thank you for donating. Please consider it. You can donate for $1 a month, anything you like, and also send a one-time donation. And I'm very grateful for everyone who's helped along the way. Thank you so much. So let me just I want to talk a little bit about one more topic. So again, this is like an impromptu segment, but nevertheless, I want to talk about it. So this is the 43rd anniversary of the Iranian Revolution, the Islamic Revolution in 1979. And I think this is a really, really important event because it's easily, like without question, it's one of the most important events in modern political history, because it wasn't just something that changed Iran internally. You know, most people, when they talk about revolutions, they tend to analyze it internally, how the country changed inside. Iran's revolution really affected the entire planet. And that's not an exaggeration, right? So, first of all, let's go through some history. Why was there a revolution? Well, one of the reasons, we can go back to 1908. So oil is discovered in Iran. And of course, you know what comes next. The British, right? So the British came and installed a pipeline in 1909. And this was a company called Burma Oil. Now, Burma Oil created a subsidiary called the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, and then it changed to the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, and today it's called BP. You all know BP, British Petroleum. They have gas stations all over the world. It's the same company. And so they built the biggest oil refinery in the world in Iran at a place called Abadan. So they had British workers. They had all these nice amenities and facilities for the British expats to enjoy their lovely little colonial life. And they were screwing the Iranians, like robbing them blind. You know, the Iranians would get 16% of the oil revenue, and the British would calculate how much to give the Iranians in secret, so the Iranians couldn't even see the books. And also, this is after Iran was paying taxes to the British government, who owned the oil company. Because Winston Churchill, he was First Lord of the Admiralty back then, so he wasn't Prime Minister yet. And he convinced the British government to buy the company, right? The oil company. And that way he transitioned the Royal Navy from coal to petroleum. You have to keep in mind, at the time, they say Britannia rules the waves. Why? Because Britain had the best navy in the world, right? And the largest empire in the world. And so this is a very significant thing, right? So he convinces the British government to buy this. And look how they're screwing Iran. They're basically taking the oil, making Iran pay taxes to them after they've calculated it in secret. And so come 1953, in 1951, then we'll get to 53. 1951, you have Mossadegh, who is appointed prime minister in Iran by the Mejlis, by the Iranian parliament. So he's democratically elected, right? And he moves to nationalize Iran's oil. And you know what comes next. When you start messing with the paper, when you start messing with the colonizers' paper, it's game over. So in 1953, the CIA and MI6, right, the Central Intelligence Agency and the British MI6, they ousted him. They organized a coup, and they got rid of Mossadegh. Why? Because they wanted to put the Shah back in power, right? The Shah is the king, right? So we're talking about the Pahlavi dynasty. And they put the Shah back in power because he was very friendly to Western interests, right? Guess what he did with the oil? He let them have the oil, right? It went back to the British and the foreign oil companies screwing over Iran and taking the oil. And as I was talking about before, the Shah at one point was, he made Iran the number one customer of weapons from the United States. Think about that. The number one buyer of US weapons was Iran. So They put him back in power in 1953, and, you know, he does everything the West wants him to. He's a puppet. He's a puppet monarch. He establishes ties with Israel, you know, and he gives all the resources over. And this guy is making Iranians suffer. He set up a secret police called the Savak. So the Savak was the secret police in Iran under the Shah. And guess who trained the Savak? The CIA. So the CIA, this is, again, a classic Cold War practice. They're probably still doing it to this day. They would go around training guerrillas, training secret police for foreign governments, repressive governments, and training them in torture. You know, the Savak were extremely, extremely brutal. And they went after everyone. Students, the clergy after at one point. And, you know, again, it's just another instrument that's sponsored, created, and molded by the West. And the CIA did the same thing, of course, in Latin America, training these right-wing guerrillas in torture. You know, they literally have a handbook on this stuff. And so the Savak is very repressive, and this goes on for a very long time, right? So this goes on for over 20 years. And then in 1977, you have uprisings that start in Iran. And these are led by multiple groups. So students played a huge role in the revolution, huge role. The clergy also played a huge role. So the clergy was against these reforms that the Shah was doing, although, as I just mentioned, there were many other reasons to oppose the Shah, not just these reforms. And, you know, what happened is he exiled Imam Khomeini, for example, right? So Iran's leader, the leader of the revolution, Ayatollah Khomeini, he was exiled for 15 years. And then what happened is the protests became so large. I mean, you have to understand something. Usually in a revolution, you have 1% of the population that participates in the revolution. That's most cases. Iran was 10% of the population. That's astronomical in terms of, you know, if you compare that to other revolutions. Think about that, right? 10% of the population was revolting. That's huge, huge. And so these protests, they couldn't contain them anymore. And there were massacres. You know, there's a massacre that the Savak, the Shah's secret police, carried out. Again, forgive me, I'm not sure if it was the Savak or the army, but certainly the Shah's forces, without question. The Shah's forces, they carried out a massacre of students. And this really started fueling the uprising. And from the outside, you had Khomeini, who was leading the revolution, right? This is really impressive. It was these cassette tapes that they would send in to Iran, and, you know, which basically helped fuel the revolution. But again, it's many things at once, right? It's many groups. You had Marxist groups, the student groups, Islamic groups, and 10% of the population came together for this. And then the Shah goes on vacation, right? So he pretended to leave on vacation, and that was game over. Like when he left the country to go on holiday, he was running away. And then Imam Khomeini lands in Tehran. You had over 1 million people in the streets, just to give you an idea how huge this is on that day, right? At his arrival. Over 1 million people in the streets. I mean, the pictures are frankly like, you know, this is a cover of a history book type of pictures, you know, the classic, most important ones of our time. Let me show you this one. I love this one, this picture over here. Because you really need to understand why this is so important and why it molded the world that we're living in today. And so, here, take a look. Look at these crowds, honestly. Just absolutely enormous. I mean, it's not even, you can't even fathom how huge this is, right? Incredible. And so, after Khomeini arrived in Iran, they held a referendum, they formed a new constitution, and so on. And then they founded the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, one thing, I think the only thing, unfortunately, that the Americans, and I don't know about most of the world, but certainly Americans, I think the only thing that they know about the Islamic Revolution is the hostage crisis or the U.S. embassy takeover, right? So what happened is that the Americans gave cover to the Shah, right? He's their puppet, as we were talking about. And the Iranian students who stormed the U.S. embassy wanted the Americans to hand over the Shah. They wanted him to be extradited so they could hold him accountable, so they could try him for all his crimes, the Savak and much more. So the Americans, of course, refused, right? And he was, the Shah, he was going in for cancer treatment, right? Let me show you something. Okay, I wanted to show you a picture, but never mind. I can't fetch it. In any case, he died of cancer shortly after, right? But the U.S. wouldn't hand him over. And if I recall correctly, he was in the U.S. and Egypt after leaving Iran, after running away. And the Iranians had a simple demand. They wanted the Shah to be extradited so they could try him. And of course, the U.S. never did that. They never complied with it. And then I think after 444 days, it was, all the hostages were released. Another interesting fact, which you might not know, especially if you've watched movies like Argo, which talk about this, the Iranians actually released the black and female hostages in solidarity with oppressed and minorities. So that's something interesting that I didn't even know about until last year. And that's another thing they won't tell you, of course, right? Because they have to smear the Islamic Revolution. They lost their puppet. The Americans and the British lost their puppet. So, of course, they're mad. And like we were saying, they wanted Iran to become the regional policeman, right? What Saudi Arabia is today. So, #1 customer of arms, give us the oil, and so on and so on. And this failed. And this is a true uprising of the people. Again, go look at most revolutions. It's nowhere near 10%. It's not even close. And so that's really a formidable, it's really crazy. And I want to say another thing, going back to, so just going back to how this influenced the world we live in today, why it's so consequential for the whole world, for the Middle East. Because Iran's revolution, it's based on core values. For example, helping the oppressed, standing with the oppressed. Because the Iranians are living through that themselves. They're living under under the Shah, right? They're living under this colonial puppet. Who's selling out their resources, brutalizing them with the secret CIA-trained police. And so they understand oppression. And it's about rising up and vanquishing the oppressor. But other things that the Iranians did after the revolution, for example, the Israeli embassy, they gave it to the Palestinians, they gave it to the PLO, the building. They confiscated it and gave it to the PLO. I was talking to John White the other day, who's a brilliant writer from Scotland, and he told me something that I didn't know, actually, is that they renamed a street to Bobby Sands. So the street where the British embassy was in Tehran, they renamed it to Bobby Sands Street. And then, so basically here, let me show you. Churchill Avenue, adjoining the British Embassy in Tehran, was changed to Bobby Sands Avenue to commemorate a Northern Irish politician and member of the Provisional IRA who died of a hunger strike in 1981 while incarcerated. Right? So this embarrassed the British because they then had to change the embassy address. Right? So this is the kind of jabs against colonialism that the Iranians did. And it's much more than that, because in 1982, what happens? The Israelis invade Lebanon again, right? And then you have Hezbollah, which is formed. Now, again, if you only listen to Western media, if you're only watching garbage CNN and BBC, and even if, unfortunately, if you only listen to Western academics, they'll tell you that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. No, it's only a terrorist organization if you're, an Israeli who's occupying Lebanon. Hezbollah was formed as a result of Israel invading Lebanon, specifically South Lebanon. This is UNIFIL, is the UN mission there. Both my parents served in UNIFIL, in this South Lebanon mission. And so who helped to create Hezbollah? Iran. Right? Now, of course, unfortunately, in the West, they have to dumb things down and make it into propaganda. So what they'll tell you is that Hezbollah is a Shia militia, and that's the only reason that Iran supports it, because it's like a religious issue. They always want to create sectarian divides. That's complete bullshit. If you go to Lebanon, you have literally literally tons of Christians, Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslims who all support Hezbollah. It's not a religious issue. And not even just in Lebanon. You will find lots of people who support Hezbollah in Syria. It's literally the complete opposite. Nothing to do with religion. Why do you think Hezbollah was in Syria fighting ISIS and protecting Christians? Make it make sense. So they never have answers for these things. But anyway, going back to what we were saying. So Iran helped to create Hezbollah to vanquish the Israelis who had invaded and occupied South Lebanon. And that's what happened. That's what happened. In the end, Hezbollah, not the Lebanese army, Hezbollah drove out the Israelis in 2000, the year 2000, and humiliated them. And then in 2006, Israel attacked Lebanon again. And I was just next door in Syria, right? So Damascus is 2 hours away from Lebanon. And there was a war for 33 days in summer of 2006. And again, it was very scary because, you know, every single day, that's the only thing on TV. And there was a worry that Syria would be drawn in the war. But what happened is Hezbollah humiliated the Israelis because they weren't ready. By this time, Hezbollah had lots of advanced weaponry, which was given to them by Iran, right? They totaled an Israeli ship. Like, think of that for a second. Like, the Israelis are thinking Hezbollah, they're just ground troops. And then all of a sudden, a ship is almost taken down. So it really upped the ante. It was a complete wake-up call and shock for the Israelis. And that's, again, thanks to Iran helping them out. And just to put that into perspective for you, Israel has never bombed Lebanon again since 2006. So that's just to be fair, they did carry out a strike just on the border, I think, a year ago. But I mean, they never bombed Beirut again and attacked the same way they did before, because they're scared and they're no match for Hezbollah. It's a fact, and they hate it. And so the thing is that this is thanks to Iran giving Hezbollah training and weapons and support for this popular resistance. And then if you look at Hamas, again, let me show you again how this Western talking is bullshit, because they'll tell you that Iran supports Shia militias. Hamas is Sunni. Hamas is not Shia. Why does Iran support them then? Because they're a resistance movement. So again, this completely debunks their bullshit that, oh, you know, like people in the Middle East are so stupid and they have a religious issue. They're Sunnis versus Shias. That's nonsense. That's complete bullshit. And this is another thing that shows you that it's bullshit. So, you know, to this day, Iran is supporting Hamas against the Israeli occupation, because Iran is supporting the oppressed. It's supporting the oppressed in Palestine. It's supporting the oppressed in Lebanon. And the same thing in Syria. When Syria was attacked by these, these waves of jihadists, Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, basically, Daesh, Faylaq al-Rahman, Jaish al-Islam, all of these various brigades that were funded by Turkey, by Qatar, by Saudi Arabia, by the US, by the UK, who came to save Syria? You know, Damascus was about to fall to ISIS. The capital was about to fall to ISIS. And if it weren't for Russia, if it weren't for Iran, who the hell knows what would have happened to Syria? You know? And again, this is very hard to digest for some people, because their whole lives they've grown up swallowing bullshit that, you know, Iran is a terrible country, Russia is a terrible country, they're all dictatorships and they're repressive. They can't fucking grasp that the world is not what CNN told you it's like. And it's not based on sectarian issues. And it is possible that countries are helping each other because they're anti-colonial, because they're anti-imperialist, and they believe in a common cause. And this is the thing why I'm saying Iran's revolution is so important, because it's influenced and shaped the entire Middle East, right? If it weren't for Iran, maybe South Lebanon would still be under Israeli occupation. You know, maybe they would have taken even more land. If it weren't for Iran, maybe Daesh, maybe ISIS would have taken over Syria. If it weren't for Iran supporting Hamas, maybe who knows what would have happened to Gaza or to Palestine. So these are just a few examples. I can also tell you about outside the Middle East. I can tell you also about Venezuela, for example. Who is sending Venezuela oil? No one wants to deal with Venezuela now, because the United States have vilified them and marginalized them with sanctions, right? So if you're a trader or you have some kind of financial business, with Venezuela, whatever it is, whether you're engaged in commercial activity or financial activity. You can't touch Venezuela anymore because Venezuela is a hot potato. If the Americans find out that you're doing business with Venezuela, they will fine you. They will kick you out of the United States. They'll shut down your company because you're in violation of U.S. sanctions. Again, U.S. sanctions are just legal in the U.S. They're not approved by the UN. They're not legal under international law. They're actually illegal because they're unilateral punitive measures. But in any case, my point is that they've ostracized Venezuela, so no one wants to deal with Venezuela except Iran. Iran is one of the few countries that's actually sticking its neck out and sending Venezuela fuel in exchange for gold. And what did the British do when they found this out? They stole Venezuela's gold in the Bank of England. So they have over $1 billion worth of Venezuelan gold in London in the Bank of England that's been confiscated because they want to stop Venezuela from trading with Iran. Because again, Venezuela has oil. Venezuela is sitting on the largest supply of crude in the world, but it can't refine it because the infrastructure has been decimated by sanctions. So in order to get fuel, they have to go to the other side of the planet and get it from Iran. And again, it's so disgusting because Iran and Venezuela are two sovereign countries. They're not obliged to accept U.S. sanctions. They're free to trade with each other. They are free countries, sovereign countries. But the U.S. and the UK can't tolerate that, so they have to go and steal the gold, steal the oil, sell it off. It's piracy. It's literally piracy. And so this is another area where Iran is helping another country. Is Venezuela Shia? Answer that question. Is Venezuela a Shia country? It's nothing to do with that. Again, it's nothing to do with religion. It's to do with helping others who are oppressed, forging alliances based on a common interest, based on opposing imperialism. And they can't grasp this in the Western media. Maybe they grasp it, but they don't want to tell you, because then if you start telling people, well, this is an anti-imperialist movement, the alliance is based on opposing U.S. sanctions, then you have to explain what is going on. You have to explain the oppression and divulge who is doing the oppression. You divulge the identity of the oppressor, which is the United States, and that creates a problem because it breaks the narrative, right? So the Iranian Revolution, it toppled this US, UK-backed monarch. It took back the national resources of Iran, and it started becoming a country that helps others who are oppressed, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Venezuela. And that's really important to understand, because when you just listen to the history books, the curated history books in the West, they don't explain this to you. It's not even just in the West, by the way. Even if you go, unfortunately, the Saudi government, I can't speak so much for the Saudi people. I'm assuming that, when we talk about governments like Saudi Arabia or the United States, I'm talking about the governments. I'm not talking about everyone in that country. Your government's crimes do not represent you necessarily, but the narrative in Saudi Arabia, the narrative in the United States and Europe is that these are terrorist organizations. They're not terrorist organizations. They oppose colonialism. It's very interesting when you hear them talk about Palestine, for example, because they say that, these Hamas terrorists, they're trying to kill us, these Hezbollah terrorists. Dude, Hezbollah and Hamas did not even exist until the 1980s. What was happening in those 40 years before that? Were you not stealing the land of Palestinians? Were you not fighting, to take Syria's Golan Heights? Are you not still occupying Syria's Golan Heights? Are you not still occupying Shab'a farms in Lebanon? There was no Hamas. There was no Hezbollah. These things didn't exist. So that again makes their whole narrative fall apart. It's nothing to do with terrorism. It's bullshit. They just call them terrorism because they want to cut off their funding and their support, to make sure that Hezbollah can't function. They go and pressure Germany, for example, to declare it a terrorist organization. And then they go and pressure the UK government to declare Hamas a terrorist organization. So you stop these these organizations, these resistance groups, from being able to access funding and other resources, right? That's what it is. It's oppression. You got an oppressor, colonizers, imperialists trying to squash and snuff out any sort of resistance. So, of course, if you're an Israeli colonizer, if you're, a European colonial power, if you're the Americans, I guess in your point of view, given what your agenda is, then, maybe Hamas is a terrorist group for you. and the same of Hezbollah and so on. And so when Mike Pompeo comes on and says Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, I mean, you have to laugh out loud. Like, you are the CIA director. You literally created Al-Qaeda. You're helping Al-Qaeda in Syria. You created them in Pakistan and Afghanistan. And you're talking about state sponsors of terrorism? Look in the fucking mirror, pal. Christ almighty. Like, the projection is unreal. It's unreal. And so that's what happens when you're fighting on behalf of the oppressed. The oppressor will come and start saying that, you know, you're a terrorist and so on and so on. And these are just a few examples of what I was talking about. And I want to say something that it does have a little bit of a religious context, because the Iranians also, they look back to Imam Hussein, who was killed, who's murdered, you know, in the 7th century in Iraq. And so that's also where this idea of being on the side of the oppressed is important, you know, and helping the oppressed is important. It's important to stand against oppression. That's it. Also has a religious context, right? We cannot forget that because, you know, it's very important, and it's also at the same time. It's just, look at Iran's history, you know, being controlled by the British, by the Americans, the resources stolen. So they know what it's like. And just to give you another idea of this wave of coups, you know, just the year after, in 1954, the U.S. Went after Guatemala because United Fruit was in trouble. You know, again, you have a country nationalizing its own resources. In this case, the banana fields, right? All the crops, all the produce. And that puts a dent in United Fruit, right? United Fruit is this U.S. corporation, which is now known as Chiquita. You know Chiquita bananas. That's the same company. They just rebranded. It's the same thing with BP, right? So these companies are literally getting their governments to start coups, to fucking overthrow foreign governments so they can keep their profits up. It's no different from when you have Raytheon, you know, entering the government and starting wars to drive up profits. So this is an old template that they've been using over and over, you know, in Iran, in Guatemala, all over the place. And that's really, really important to put that into context. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you, just wanted to go through why Iran's revolution is such a consequential political event, not just domestically, but really, truly internationally. And, you know, it changed the entire makeup of the Middle East. And look, even today, Iran is at the center of these international affairs because of the nuclear deal, for example. You know, for a country that's under so many sanctions, for a country that's under such an embargo, it's honestly impressive. Like, it doesn't. Again, I don't want to make you think like that BBC Hard Talk host who said, like, you said that sanctions are bad and that you are suffering, yet you are circumventing them. Yeah. So both can be true at the same time. Iran is under sanctions, but it's also, and it's circumventing them, but that doesn't mean the sanctions are not brutal. Of course they're fucking brutal. So that doesn't change anything. But I'm just saying that Iran, for example, its military capabilities, they've just unveiled a new missile, a new ballistic missile. And then they had two others in August 2020. I think they named them after Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis and General Qasem. They named these new ballistic and cruise missiles after them. They have a very potent, very capable military and defense capability, despite being under sanctions. Look at, for example, the nuclear program. Again, it's not a weapons program. It's a civilian nuclear program. I feel like this is so rudimentary and so basic, but I have to repeat it because if you watch the mainstream media, they make you think Iran has a nuclear weapons program. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapons program. It has a civilian nuclear program. Obviously, to make a weapon, you need a program in the first place, but that doesn't mean you are necessarily building a bomb. You know, there are many European countries who have nuclear energy. That doesn't mean they have nuclear weapons. So it's very, I have to repeat this because in the mainstream media, they drill you and condition you with this fucking bullshit. Iran is not pursuing a bomb. But my point was that it has a very capable nuclear program. And that's, again, despite the sanctions. And you have to consider one thing also. Iran is really hurting because of the sanctions. And it still helps the Yemenis. It still helps the Venezuelans. It still helps the Syrians, the Palestinians, the Lebanese. That takes a lot. There are countries who have enough resources, who are not in war, who are not under sanctions, and they wouldn't do anywhere near as much for Syria or Venezuela or Palestine or Yemen. So I think that's very important to underscore that. You know what it reminds me of? I saw a few months ago in I think it was in Yemen. So this is last year, I think in May, during the bombings in Gaza. You had people in Yemen who are starving from a Saudi embargo, who are being killed every day by Saudi Arabia with US bombs and British bombs. They put together money to send to Palestinians. Like that. Like, what do you say about such levels of integrity and empathy and sympathy and humanity? It's truly admirable. You got people who are fucking starving, who are in war, and they collect money to send it to others. So I think that's really admirable, honestly. And, the Palestinians do the same too. Everyone's helping each other out. And I think that's very admirable. And it's so important to highlight this because it's beyond sectarian bullshit that they tell you in the media. It's beyond the propaganda. You have to understand the movement, the resistance axis. Why? That's it, man. And you look at the Middle East today, Iran is at the center of the resistance axis. Again, the Middle East would be, who knows what it would look like if Syria was overrun by these US-backed terrorists, by ISIS, by Al-Qaeda. Who knows what Palestine would look like? Who knows what Lebanon would look like? You need to have a counterweight in the region. If Iran is not going to help these countries, who's going to help them? Who's going to stand with them? We'd be done for. We'd be done for. And I'm going to tell you something, man. These Americans like Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio who pretend to care about Christians in Syria and Iraq, I will tell you as a Syrian Christian, you are fucking scum. You do not care about Christians. Iran cares about Christians. Iran cares about minorities. Iran is the one that sent people to fight your fucking CIA terrorists and save minorities and everyone in general from your terrorists. You piece of shit fucking liar. So that... it really makes me angry what they say, all this nonsense. And you look at Saudi Arabia. Look at the Emirates. These people stabbed the Palestinians in the back. They said, screw you, and they went and normalized ties with Israel. Iran is not even an Arab country. Iran is not even an Arab country, and it does more than some Arab countries to help the Palestinians. That is shameful. Shame on Saudi Arabia, shame on the Emirates, shame on Bahrain for normalizing ties with this fucking racist apartheid entity. Shame on them. Not the people, the governments, shame on them. What does that say when Iran, who is not an Arab country, is doing more than you? Where are the Arabs who should all be standing behind the Palestinians? This is shameful for these governments who do this. Disgusting. If Iran wasn't helping the resistance, who would be helping them? Where are you? Where are you? You're not helping the Palestinians. You're screwing them and dealing with the Israelis under the table. Disgusting. And now you understand one of the reasons why Syria is attacked, Iran is attacked, because they stand with the Palestinians. No compromise. I'm not saying Syria has never done. I'm not saying Syria always did everything right with the Palestinians. It's not true. But there is a consistent position for the most part. And that's one of the reasons, because these countries resist imperialism. That's why they try to break them and cripple them and stop them from resisting. That's so important to understand. And that doesn't mean they're perfect. No one is saying Iran is perfect. No one said Syria is perfect. But don't get it twisted when it comes to the motivations. Don't get it twisted to, in regards to what is going on. Okay? And honestly, that is, I really, it makes me so angry when these U.S. Politicians, pretend that they care about minorities. Bullshit. Trump went and assassinated General Soleimani, and then Mike Pompeo, this piece of shit, Mike Pompeo, he has the stones to say that Soleimani was killing thousands of Christians across the Middle East. You just pulled that out of your ass. You just fucking made that up. You made that up. It's literally the opposite. You, ex-director of the CIA, your fucking organization is helping ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Israel is helping ISIS and Al-Qaeda openly. General Soleimani was fighting for Christians. Iran, Russia were fighting for Christians. Hezbollah was fighting for Christians. And not just them, everyone. Every sane, civilized person who opposes Daesh, who opposes Al-Qaeda, who opposes this Western-backed, this Saudi-backed terrorism. You motherfucker, how insulting. So in any case, I just wanted to go through again on the anniversary of the Iranian Revolution, some important history, what the relationship is, what the motivations are, why the Middle East, the makeup of the Middle East, the political, geopolitical makeup of the Middle East looks the way that it does today, and how Iran is crucial in supporting resistance movements worldwide, even in Latin America, not just in the Middle East. It's very important to understand. Thank you so much for your donations, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm just checking in case I missed anyone on PayPal. I see we have one here from Marie. It says, keep up the great work. Great show. Thank you, Marie. You're very kind. I appreciate that. I'm going to start reading your comments. You don't necessarily have to send a donation. I'll just read all of them. It doesn't matter. And I'll try to answer your questions or read your comments. And thank you for supporting the show if you can. Again, I don't believe in paywalls. I think everything should be free when it comes to news. And if you can donate, then thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to put up the donation things on the screen, but I want to go through your comments and see what you guys are writing. Anarchist says Pompeo is Kissinger. Yeah, sort of. I mean, sort of. They're I don't know if Pompeo can be worse than Kissinger, but you know, they're right up there. Pal Sarah says, I was drowsy falling asleep, all depressed in my chair, but now Richard got me fired up. Good. I'm glad I could be of any assistance or help. Pal Sarah, is that Palestine, Syria? Is that what your name means? Marvin, thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate that very much. You're very kind. Says, okay, Pal says, I'm Palestinian Syrian Christian. Long live Soleimani's legacy. Ahlan wa sahlan, habibi. Yes, and absolutely, I agree with you. Look, man, again, no one is saying that you know, our countries are perfect or something, but I can't stand the lies. Like there is a difference between making a valid criticism and then outright lying, like Pompeo and Trump. It's disgusting, really disgusting, and this cannot be tolerated. So Shane says audio is okay here. I don't know if you guys were saying you couldn't hear me, but I'm glad you can hear me now. Omar, thank you so much for your kind comment. You guys were saying before that you couldn't hear me. I don't know what happened, but maybe it's the stream. Sometimes it just, you know, I didn't change anything. I was just speaking normal, so I don't know what happened with the stream. Sometimes it's the way it is. But sorry for that. I apologize. I hope it's okay now. Jamie says, I didn't know what the resistance axis was. Thank you for the awesome history lesson. Yeah, so I can just tell you another thing. The name resistance axis, where it comes from. So, I mean, this is really just great, right? So let me tell you where the name resistance axis comes from. George Bush, when he started the war on terror, right? And, you know, bombing Afghanistan, bombing Iraq. Around this time, he had a speechwriter called David Frum. And he came up with this term, axis of evil, right? So let me just pull up his picture. This really a truly nice person, you know. very nice gentleman. So this is David Frum. That's him. And so he was a speechwriter for George Bush, and he coined the term axis of evil. And guess who he was talking about? Iraq, Syria, Iran, North Korea. This is the axis of evil. You know, it's like some cartoonish phrase. And the Arabs took this term and turned it on its head and turned it into axis of resistance, because they're resisting Western imperialism, Western colonialism, and that's where it comes from. And you know, you also in Arabic, like we don't say axis necessarily, but just resistance, al-muqawamah, right? So when we're talking about the Palestinians, we just say the resistance, al-muqawamah. It's like let me give you the example of in World War II. If you would say the resistance, you know what resistance we're talking about, against Nazism, right? And so this is the same thing in Arabic. Now this term means the resistance against Zionism, against US imperialism, British neocolonialism. That's what it means. Al-Muqawamah. And it's not just confined to Palestinians. It could, again, it could be referred to the Yemenis, Iran, Syria, and so on. And so this fine, really, really nice person over here, David Frum, George Bush's speechwriter. I mean, that's like basically, being Goebbels, Dr. Goebbels, modern equivalent of that. And that's where he came up with it. And you know what David Frum is today? So he is, of course, a neoliberal darling. So what you've had is this transition of all the neoconservatives. Again, the neoconservatives are talking about George Bush, Ronald Reagan, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, Dick Cheney, Paul Wolfowitz. These neoconservatives who believe that the world is divided into good and bad, and America is a force for good, and it must intervene wherever to fight evil, which is just a nice way to sell wars. And he's, of course, one of them, right? So being Bush's speechwriter, he's a neocon, and he is now a liberal darling. So you have all these neoconservatives who've now gone over from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. Not just him, Bill Kristol is another one. And so they're trying to rebrand themselves and try and wash the blood off of their hands from Iraq, Afghanistan, and so on, right? This whole war on terror, which they started, which has killed God knows how many millions of people. And so now they're liberal darlings. Why? Because they oppose Trump. That's their whole shtick, right? You can even see this article here. Conservative David Frum on escaping a Trump dead end, right? It's so vile. And it's like the same thing you see with Liz Cheney and, her father. I don't need to explain Dick Cheney, right? Mr. Halliburton. She's a liberal darling now. Like, these never Trump Republicans were just neocons. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm no fan of Trump. But, if you want to compare neoconservatives who started the war on terror, who did, created the Department of Homeland Security, who started all this NSA mass surveillance, the CIA torture. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, do you not see the difference here? Again, Trump is not really any better, but why are you letting neocons, like these mass murderers, these people who slaughtered millions, suddenly, rebrand themselves and embracing them? Literally the other day, Dick Cheney was in the Capitol and they all lined up to shake his hand. Like, he started the fucking war in Iraq. Are you people high? This guy was the head of Halliburton, which profited from these wars. Are you fucking high? But, this is the kind of scum. They're fine with this. The swamp is both parties. And so, the neoconservatives can be Republicans, Democrats, doesn't matter. It's the same swamp. It's disgusting. And that's why the Democrats embrace them with open arms, because they're comfortable with neocons, because they are themselves neocons. They are themselves agents of imperialism. There's no difference at the end of the day. They're both mass murderers who export violence for corporate profit. And so it's not incompatible. It's not incompatible to embrace Dick Cheney and Bill Kristol and David Frum and all these nasty people. Look at Nicole Wallace, the host on MSNBC. She used to be the fucking White House spokesperson for George Bush. And now she's on MSNBC acting like she has nothing to do with that. She was even on television saying that it's good to torture people. Justifying the torture program on television. These are the kinds of scumbags that we're talking about here. A disgusting, loathsome swamp, truly. And so that's where the term axis of evil comes from neocons, right? But we turned it on its head, we flipped it on its head, we flipped it around and renamed it to the axis of resistance. Or just simply the resistance. And I find it really insulting or stupid when these never Trump liberals call themselves the resistance. Resistance to what? You're all the same shit. You are all the same gang of elites in Washington, D.C. There's no difference between you. You're not better because you think that, you want to paint yourself in contrast to Trump and that makes you better. You're both just as bad. You're the same swamp. You're the same loathsome characters and agents of capitalism and imperialism. Draining the swamp. Oh, never Trump. It's all the same. It's all the same. And so when we talk about muqawamah, when we talk about the resistance, don't get it twisted. Resistance is Palestinian resistance against Zionism, Syrian resistance against Zionism and the US-backed Al-Qaeda and terrorists, Iran resistance, Venezuela, North Korea, Cuba, Yemen, Iraq, Lebanon. This is the resistance, the real resistance. Never forget that. It's very important. Don't let these clowns co-opt the term. The true resistance in our day and age is to imperialism. Is to Western imperialism. And that's where, and you will find that resistance in Venezuela, right? In Cuba, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Palestine. That's where the real resistance is, even North Korea. The US killed 20% of North Korea's population. And then they wonder why the North Koreans don't like you. You killed literally 20% of those people. You bombed everything in sight. Christ. Nicaragua. Marvin said Nicaragua. Excuse me for forgetting that. Definitely Nicaragua. Also in the resistance. No doubt. No doubt. So, in any case, let me just go back to reading your nice comments. Give me a second. I'm trying to pull up the screen again. Lark Bark says, right, there's no difference between neocons and Trump. I mean, really, at the end of the day, Trump, when he was running for president, he pretended like he's different. He's not different at the end of the day. Look at what he did. Look at his behavior. Do I have to go through the whole list? He's no different. He even surrounded himself with neocons. He put John Bolton in his administration. Jesus. Marissa says, go wake up Socks, please. Okay, hold on. Let me see if Socks is available. Give me 1 second. I'll see if Socks is available and come back. Give me a second. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see Socks exactly, but Socks is here. Good kitty. Good job, Socks. Very good. I should have brought snacks with me, but yeah, I don't know if you can see Socks very much with the frame. I don't want to keep holding Socks up, obviously, but yeah, you can see him a little bit. Good. Very good, Socks. Good job. Did you like the stream? I'm going to take that as a yes. Not blink twice if you like the stream. So this is Marissa and you guys insisted I bring Socks on. Well, we only had Socks on in Christmas, I think. So Socks, as one of you said, is an anti-Zionist cat. It can detect Zionists and CIA agents as well. Good kitty. Good job. Very good. I wish I had snacks with me. I should have brought one. But good. Very good. Socks is not allowed in here usually. This studio is off limits because it needs to be guarding the premises outside. Anyway, I'm just going to keep reading your comments in the meantime. Ronnie says, thanks for a great stream. You're most welcome. You guys like my joke about the anti-Zionist cat. I don't know which one of you came up with that. It's brilliant. Thank you, Gamer for Life. Gamer says, good stream tonight. I appreciate that very much. Bahadur says, Socks is anti-apartheid. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, hold on. I'm going to put socks back outside. Hold on. It has to go fight the Zion. All right. I don't know if Marissa's still watching, but if not, just rewind. Independent Left News says, brother, roll call, sending love to you and the family. Congrats to your mom for the Nobel nomination of Julian. Thank you. And it's good to see you in the stream, and thanks for dropping by, and I appreciate that. For those of you who don't know, my mother nominated Julian Assange for a Nobel Peace Prize, but I think, yeah, there were 3 others who did it. I did a segment on it. It's a few from a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, or 1 week ago. I don't remember, but yeah. So Claudia says 1 like equals 1 snack for socks. Okay, I'll take it to the bank. So if you, for every like, I'll give socks a snack. Don't go too high though. JMVR says you should edit down the history lesson and post it as a short clip. Which one exactly? the one about Iran, or the one that I just did about the excuse me, about the resistance axis? In any case, surely. Marissa says, thank you, Richie. Sure thing, no worries. I'm happy I could bring on socks for a special appearance. No Ledge says, at the root of the issue, these people have white supremacy complexes. I mean, yes. Look, man, I know imperialism, obviously a huge drive behind that. One of the main reasons is money. It's capitalism. But I cannot help but feel and see that there's an issue with race behind this, because when you allow yourself to dehumanize people and subjugate them and colonize them and kill them with such, such careless, like so callously, with no remorse. I mean, what else could it be? What else could it be? And even honestly, this is kind of ironic. Like, even in the way that they carved up and divided all these places, it's like, obviously they know what they're doing. It's not, it's malfeasant. They have ill intent behind it. But even these places that they colonized, fundamentally, they never really understand anything. So the British, the French, they go and colonize these countries, but they don't really understand them ever. No matter how much time they spend there, they're too stupid to understand the cultures. Bahadur says, what's the best way to free the Golan? I have no clue. I don't know. I wish I knew. I would be working on it. But the problem is that, right now Syria is in a war. It doesn't have time to deal with Israel, even though Israel is bombing Syria every week. But it's too difficult. You have to remember that Russia is also backing Syria. And Russia does not want the Syrians to start another war with Israel. Although, again, Syria is not starting a war. It's Israel that's attacking Syria every week. But, I mean, let's say to open up another front. Let's put it that way, right? Because, again, we shouldn't get it twisted on who is the aggressor here. It's very, very, very clear to see. Syria is not the one bombing Tel Aviv every week. It's Israel bombing Damascus every week. Israel occupying Syrian Golan Heights. So I don't know. It's heartbreaking, man. But I hope that one day all of this will be corrected. The whole world. This is not even it's not even like a complicated issue with the Golan Heights. The whole world recognizes that it's Syrian. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I read in the press was that Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president, he said that if the Israelis want normalization, they have to give back the Golan Heights. I mean, is he serious about that? I don't know, because it's kind of like, they're never going to give them back. So obviously that means there's never going to be normalization. I mean, if it were up to me, I don't care if they give back the Golan Heights. I'm not normalizing ties with that entity that shits on Palestinians every day. Remember, Palestinians are Arabs, Syrians are Arabs. There has to be solidarity, especially when you have so many countries turning their backs. This is fucking unacceptable. This is shameful. This is shameful. I mean, really, this is the problem which I blame on. Not again. It's more of the governments doing this, right? It's mostly the problem is the government. But this is the problem where you have to attribute some fault to the Arabs, is that we allow these motherfuckers to divide us. But again, allow, I don't mean like actually, yes, please come divide us. It's just that we all need to take a step back and unite. Because the only cure to colonialism, the only cure to imperialism is nationalism. And I need to say something here, because in Europe, in the West, nationalism has a different connotation. That's like, people in Europe and the West understand it as like white supremacy or something. I'm not talking about that. Nationalism in the global South, when we're talking about imperialism, is something completely different. Because when you are invaded by someone who is subjugating you, repressing you, my mother told me, for example, that her parents told her that they weren't even allowed to speak Arabic in school under the French, right? So trying to erase the culture even. So my point is, when you have a country, an occupier that is stealing your land and subjugating you, you have to unite as a nation and kick out this invader. And this is well known. Look at Algeria, for example, right? They united as one and kicked out the French. And it was very, very ruthless what the French did. It's very brutal. Let me show you another example, for example. For example. In 1930s, I think it's 36, 37, there was a general strike in Syria. And this was in response to the French to immobilize the economy and kick them out. And as a result, the French signed an agreement saying that they would leave in a few years. And then, of course, World War II broke out and they stayed. And it's just to show you again that when you do not mobilize as a nation, it's very effective, and that's the cure. And I think in the Arab world especially, there has to be I'm very, very in favor of Arab nationalism. That means the Arab countries uniting as one, because they were one. I know this is difficult to understand today, and it's heartbreaking, but all of these Arab countries were one country at one point, right? At some point in time, they were one. Look at the map. Like, you can walk from Saudi Arabia to Morocco. Same language, right? Same culture, same history, even the same religion. And not just Islam, but even Christianity, right? You have it spread out. And of course, Judaism comes from there. But do you understand my point? So you have a common features that bind all of these people together, and that needs to be used. And I was watching some YouTube video once a few years ago. I don't remember who made it, but it was something, it's those like hypothetical videos. They do like, what would happen if the Arab world, like all the Arab countries formed into one? And I think this person, so it's like a lot of subscribers on this channel. They said that it would be the third most powerful country on earth in terms of land mass, the army. Like, just put that into perspective. Now you know why they use divide and conquer. Again, let me put that into perspective. If the Arabs were united, they would be the third most powerful country on earth. That's a threat. A threat. It's not a real threat. I'm just saying, I'm speaking in the point of view of the imperialists. It's a threat. So Yahya says tribalism is the problem. Yeah. I absolutely agree. Balkanization. Yeah, absolutely. Balkanization is the term. That's what they've they've done, you know, slicing up, carving out, Sykes-Picot, for example. And, you know, I find it really funny, like, you have people, when you tell them the history of what their countries have done, they're like, oh, but you can't blame everything on the French or the British, the Arabs and the Africans, and they're all to blame as well. They're also corrupt. Listen, motherfucker, would you like it if we came, like, you know, if someone came to France and divided up, you know, Marseille, gave it to someone else, gave Paris to someone else, gave Normandy to someone else? Would you fucking like that? I'm sure you wouldn't. So fuck you and shut the fuck up. Like, it's so easy to say that, right? Like, stop acting like, you know, us invading you and stealing your shit and carving up your country into 15 pieces affected you negatively. You know, what? Of course it did. What does that even mean? That's so stupid, honestly. These people, they have no understanding of anything. They probably can't even place Syria on a fucking map. Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilham Pape, says Marvin. Yes, that's very important. It's a very good book. Kalesia says they drove out the ambassador of Kurdistan. They basically she had to cut her speech short, and they couldn't hear her speaking inside of Cambridge Union, which I think is, you know, who wants to hear an Israeli speak, especially the former minister of settlements? Like, another title for that would be the minister of ethnic cleansing, because that's what it is. When you come and build homes on Palestinian land, someone is there. You're kicking out someone to put your home there. You're actually, just very simply, you're stealing their home, right? Palestine is not empty. Palestine is not some empty patch of land. There are Arabs living there. Not just Arabs, actually. You have, again, in the Levant, we have many religious and ethnic groups. But my point is that you have people that are indigenous, that are native, that are from this country, and you are coming and kicking them out of their homes so you can put a home there. And that's what these settlements are. You know, an Israeli settler is, in other words, is just a thief. Is a thief. These motherfuckers steal the land, and then they create this like fake judiciary. You know, you have Palestinians, for example, who go to the Israelis and try to prove that this is their home, and the Israelis don't recognize it, like as if they are the fucking authority there. Well, of course they don't want to recognize it, because they want to take your home and build an illegal settlement on it. Of course they're not going to recognize it, because they have made up these imaginary fucking rules now. Like, this is obscene. It's obscene. You know, it's like if I break into your house and then I lock the toilet door and I say, you're not allowed to go in the toilet. You need a permit. And then you ask me, can I have a permit? I say, no. Can't go. You don't have a permit. I'm sorry. What? Fuck you. You know, that's a very dumbed down analogy, but it's essentially what it is. I mean, they have, I was reading just earlier about, again, we've covered this here about demolitions, but there are Palestinian families who've rebuilt their homes 5 times because the Israelis demolish their house every time they build it and say, you don't have a permit. What does that even mean? And what's fucked up about this, again, is that a lot of these Israelis, they have dual citizenship. Like, they come from, they have the possibility to go and live in Ukraine or Germany or the UK and in Palestine. And then they leave the Palestinians without statehood, without citizenship, without a home, without human rights. What the fuck? This is what angers me so much, you know? It's this imbalance, this injustice. It's so you know, it's so obvious, and it's really heartbreaking. So we've been on for almost 4 hours. Not bad. I like that. We've done much longer though. I remember we did 7 hours once or something. That's what it is, baby. Like, this is, you know, this is the spot. And with that said, I don't know if all of you are subscribed. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I really hate doing these YouTube plugs. I'm not like, I really don't like them. That's why I never say that. You notice when I make uploads, I literally never say, hey, if you like the content, please subscribe. I fucking hate those plugs. I really do. But since we're live and we're having a conversation, and I never do it, I figured I'd ask you guys. So if you're not subscribed, thank you for subscribing. And another thing I would advise you, by the way, every time I go live, you know, YouTube, sometimes they don't tell you that I'm going live. So what I do is I post on Substack. Substack is basically like a free newsletter. That's it. You put your email, and then when I go live, you'll get an email that I'm live. For some weird reason, YouTube sends me an email when I go live. Like, yeah, I know I'm live. Why are you sending me this? Send it to my fucking subscribers, man, not me. But in case you're not always getting notifications, consider signing up on the newsletter. It's completely free. It doesn't cost you anything. So, yeah. Sweet Lou, you're very sweet. Thank you for your comment. Revolutionary Dissident says, what gives Israel a permit to occupy and bomb Palestinians for decades? Well, again, this is what's so messed up, is like we have to divide it into multiple categories because, for example, they have different rules in the West Bank than they do in Gaza. And they have their own weird shit way to justify it. Let me give you an example with Jerusalem, for example. I need to stop saying that. Let me give you Jerusalem, for instance. Jerusalem, the UN had a plan to make Jerusalem, what was the word again in Latin? Corpus separatum. So a separate body, right? Something that is not Israeli, it's not Palestinian. It's like an international city. Because it is, again, the home, it's the religious home of Judaism, Christianity, Islam. And so that's the UN's idea. And then Israel invades Jerusalem, specifically East Jerusalem, right? And they annex it. And they pass a law in their parliament called the Jerusalem Law in 1980. And they basically make this law and allow themselves to take Jerusalem entirely, even though the United Nations Security Council says you can't do that. And then they say it again, you can't do that. You need to leave Jerusalem. You need to leave the Golan Heights. They don't care. They just annex it. They annex the Golan Heights in Syria. They annex Jerusalem, and so on and so on. And then they just pass laws in their own parliament in violation of international law. So it's completely null and void. Like the UN Security Council resolution, there are many of them. But they very clearly say the Jerusalem law is null and void. And then what do the Israelis do? In Jerusalem, so in the shit, the exact area that they stole in violation of international law, they go and evict people from there. So they're imposing their jurisdiction on something that the UN says they are not allowed to be in. So Sheikh Jarrah, for example, is in East Jerusalem. And then they go in East Jerusalem and they say, well, you can't prove that you own this house. And then they go and forge documents and they deny valid documents, and they make shit up. They say, well, 150 years ago, that by the way, that's just in some cases, right? Most of the time, the Israelis say 3,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, this is our home. What? But how do you know that? You don't know that. Like, does that mean I can go to Normandy and I can tell a French person, just give me their fucking house because, my Viking ancestors from 1,200 years ago were living there? What kind of a fucking logic is that? What is this deranged logic? That's what they say. It's disgusting. Thank you. Marvin says, thanks, Richard Medhurst. Thanks for showing socks. You the best. I appreciate it. And I'm glad I could bring socks on. I think socks is a bit camera shy, but we'll work on it. We'll work on it. I was actually thinking of having a cat camera, like, in the bottom corner, you would see socks. I don't know. It's kind of silly though. I don't know. It's nice, but I don't think it's too appropriate for this. In any case, Rupert says the USA uses its veto powers to give Israel a free rein. Oh, absolutely. This is again something that people need to grasp: is why does the United States have such a relationship with Israel? There are many reasons. But one of the things that Israel benefits from is, as Rupert just mentioned, being shielded at the UN Security Council. Now, again, I just want to highlight something because this shows you again how wrong Israel is in stealing the Golan Heights. At the time, even the United States accepted that Israel has to leave. So literally 15 members of the UN Security Council agreed Israel is wrong to be in the Golan Heights, you have to leave. And of course that changed with Trump, right? But until Trump, like, even the United States, which is shielding Israel from any like tangible repercussions, agreed on that. Like, just to show you how, you know. Agent says, "Can I have my Viking land back, France?" Yeah, you know, it's just give me your home. I swear, bro. My ancestors were here. I swear. John says, "Thank you for what you're doing, Richard. You're most welcome, John." And I'm always humbled by these comments, and I read them out loud so you know that I read them. Thank you, John. JB says, "Richard, how do I convince my friends that there isn't a Uyghur genocide going on?" Okay, so let me explain something, man. Like I said, I don't know about you guys, but I'm just old enough to remember the whole weapons of mass destruction, the Iraq thing. And there's so many other things, right? Oh, Syria used chemical weapons, let's go bomb Syria. I am not ready to take the United States State Department at face value again. Okay? Again, I mean, I never did. I'm just saying that again in this issue. And so when the United States is accusing another country of human rights violations, this is a pretext for bigger things to come. It always is. It's the same fucking playbook. And the thing is, even when China has like okay, hold on. Let's say it's true. Let's say it's true. There's a Uyghur genocide going on and China is doing it. Let's say that's true. Do you really think the United States has any fucking right to be talking about Muslims? Like, you look at what you did to the world. You invaded Afghanistan, you invaded Iraq, you invaded Syria, you invaded Libya. You've literally killed, maimed, murdered, displaced more Muslims than anyone. So who are you to talk about Muslims? You are not a defender of Muslims. You are an enemy of Muslims, and not just Muslims. This is, again, it's not even just a religious thing. You know, like, you know, I'm a Syrian Christian. We have Christians, Orthodox, Shia, Sunni, Jews, you name it. You name it. Armenians, Palestinians, Bedouins, Kurds, you name it. We have all kinds of ethnicities, all kinds of religious and ethnic groups, and they have all been fucked by the United States imperialism. You know, Iraq sent millions of refugees to Syria after 2003. And what do you think the majority of those refugees were? Mostly Muslim. So you really expect me to believe the US cares about Muslims now? Something's fishy. Something's fishy. I don't buy it. I can't be 100% sure, but I don't buy it if it's coming from the US mouth. You feel me? So that's all I'm going to say. But I have something to tell you. Tomorrow, I'll have Danny Haifong on at 6 p.m. EST to talk about China, to talk about this China anti-Olympics propaganda. We're going to be here live, so don't miss it. 6 p.m. EST. Thursday, 6 p.m. EST. So we're going to talk about this. You know, we're going to talk about exactly this. So that's why I'm leaving it for tomorrow. And I just want to say one more thing. You guys need to look at the foreign policy of the United States. Every time the United States defends a minority in a country, they're not doing it because they actually care about this minority. They're doing it because they want to undermine the country, the government of where that minority is based. Let me give you the example of the Uyghurs in China, for example, right? So they're taking this minority and saying that they're oppressed, and they're saying Tibet is also an issue in Hong Kong. Why didn't the US care about that before? They didn't care about that before because China was playing ball with them, right? Hillary Clinton went to China begging them for money, and China was, you know, it was a nice little subservient country that's helping its neoliberal policies and so on. And now that China is actually a contender, now it's an issue. And now you look at Syria, the Kurds in Syria. The United States doesn't give a shit about the Kurds. Look what it did in 2019, right? It threw them to the wolves with Turkey. And then the Kurds had to go make a deal with the Syrian government to protect them. But as soon as the United States doesn't have any use for the Kurds, it will drop them again, right? And the only reason they're doing this is because they want to encourage separatism. If you can, this is divide and conquer. That's what I'm trying to say. It's divide and conquer. When you go to this country and encourage a separatist movement, you're trying to literally divide and conquer that country. That's what it's about. It's not because the United States cares about Kurds or Uyghurs. It doesn't give a fuck about them. If you know, Who gave Saddam Hussein those chemical weapons? Who gave him those weapons when he was gassing Iranians, Kurds? Who gave him those weapons? The United States. Don't forget that. Of course, this is before 2003. In 2003, he didn't have these weapons. That's why it was a lie, right? But do you get what I'm saying? The United States doesn't care about these, these minorities. It cares about promoting separatism so it can undermine those foreign governments. That's what you need to grasp. That's what you need to understand from this. Just excuse me, I need to drink something. I'll just change over the screen. I don't want you to... all right. And another thing that I would add, excuse me, in Syria, in Idlib, which is, again, I'm never sure how many of you are new or haven't seen the other video, so I always feel the need to re-explain it, but I hope that's okay. Idlib is in northern Syria, and it's the last rebel stronghold. It's not really a rebel stronghold, it's an Al-Qaeda stronghold. So you have about 20,000, 30,000 fighters from various jihadist groups, Jaish al-Islam, Faylaq al-Rahman, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and Turkey's backing them. And you have actually a Uyghur brigade there. I think it's about 5,000 of them. 5,000 Uyghurs who are coming to Syria, who are in Idlib right now as, rebels. And this is so funny, right? On TV, if you turn on CNN, what do they tell you? Oh, it's the Syrian people rising up against the brutal dictatorship of Bashar al-Assad. Those aren't fucking Syrians. They're Chinese. These guys are from Tunisia. Those guys are from Libya. This guy came from Afghanistan. It's not fucking Syrians. They're paid. They're hired guns. How can you omit such a fact like that, you motherfuckers? And they lie through their teeth, and they lie by omission, right? So again, it's just, another interesting... Freedom says, please don't call them Muslim. I understand what you're saying. I just meant that it's the same thing as what the United States is talking about in China, right? So this Uyghur brigade, they're not Syrians. They're foreign fighters. They've been financed by God knows who. Again, every brigade is different, right? They all have funding from different areas. But, it's all about creating chaos in Syria, creating chaos in China. That's the goal, fundamentally. So we have a tip here, a donation from Sam. Sam says, how long do you think the US and the SDF will continue to occupy the oil fields in Syria? I wish I knew, but I can tell you, I think what will happen is what I was just talking about before. There will come a day when the US will drop the Kurds again like a hot potato, just like they did in 2019, right? And that was kind of funny to me in a sense, because the only reason the squad and like all these so-called, progressives were against the US withdrawal was because, they were basically abandoning the Kurds. Well, hold on a second. It's not about that. It's about why are you for the war? Like, you think it's okay for the United States to occupy Syria because it's nice for your allies? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's just another pretext to sell wars. But yeah, of course, what do you expect? In any case, they screwed the United States screwed the Kurds in 2019 and before that, and they'll do it again. But trust me, they're going to do this again. Mark my fucking words. They're going to screw the Kurds again, and they're going to drop them like a hot potato. There will come a day when the U.S. is going to scramble from is going to scram and bounce from Syria, just like they did in Afghanistan, and they're going to run and leave the Kurds. And I just want to say another thing, because you often hear that, the Syrian government is this and that. Okay, if the Syrian government is so bad, why did the Kurds go and make a deal for the Syrians to protect them? I mean, for the Syrian government to protect them. Because that's what happened. Donald Trump, he didn't pull out of Syria, by the way. Let's not get it twisted. Trump pulled out of northern Syria and then moved the troops to northeastern Syria, to the oil. That's it. And he did it with the Kurds, right? And the Kurds in northern Syria were afraid of Turkey because Turkey's killing them. And for protection, because the Americans just screwed them. For protection, the Kurds went to the Syrian government and asked them for protection. So that already, blows the whole narrative, one of the narratives, out of the water. So Damas says, never forget Gamal Abdel Nasser legacy of Arab nationalism. It is worth talking about it. Absolutely. I was just talking, I don't know if you tuned in now. I was just talking about Arab nationalism earlier, and absolutely. I mean, I'm 100%. I 100% respect for Gamal Abdel Nasser and for Arab nationalism. This is the cure to imperialism. It's Arab nationalism, unity, and coming together to kick out, to throw out the colonizer. This is so important. And one of the reasons that Arab countries are not doing well now is because they don't have unity. That's the issue. And honestly, man, if correct me if I'm wrong, but my cousin told me if you're Syrian and you have a Syrian passport, you need a visa now to go to Egypt. And I told him, man, if Abdel Nasser could see that, he'd be rolling in his grave. He's rolling in his grave. Like, you need a visa as a Syrian to go to Egypt. Egypt and Syria used to be one country, man. I'm not just talking about under Saladin, under Salah ad-Din, right? I'm talking like in the 60s, right? The United Arab Republic. That's a shame because obviously it had problems. There are actually a lot of Syrians who are not happy with that because Egypt was too dominant over Syria and so on. I'm not talking about the grievances there. I'm talking about the principle that you had projects to have Iraq come in. You had Gaddafi also. There was an idea to have a federation with Libya, Syria, Egypt, to unite these Arab countries. And of course, they always undermine these projects. It's a shame. It's a shame. We have a donation here from Marissa. It says, let me know if and when you are looking for any help with your channel, moderating social media, graphics. I love your channel and would love to work with you. That's very kind of you, actually. And it's funny you mentioned that because I am right in the process of actually looking for people to help with a bunch of things. It's mostly graphics, mostly animation. I don't know if any of you guys, Marissa included, but anyone else who's listening, if you're good with graphics, I'm looking to hire people full time. So because I have a bunch of projects I want to do, and let me know. I don't know, just email me. It's rmedhurst@protonmail.com. I'll type it in the chat. I hate it. Like you can't put a link in the an email. It's not clickable. But anyway, you could copy paste it. But yeah, just let me know if you're interested. So Elizabeth says, I miss seeing you live. Your brains are sexy, Richard. Well, damn, that's quite the compliment. Thank you. I'm glad we're doing the live and glad you're tuned in. Heather has just become a supporter on Patreon. Thank you so much, Heather. I will play a crab dance for you, especially just for you. Everybody put your hands together for Heather. Thank you so much.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
So much, Heather. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's supporting the show. I was gonna ask you actually, because we still have a lot of you are still online, which is great. Again, I know I've asked you this many times, but since you're all here, what and when So which day and what time is the best to stream? Because today is what, Wednesday? Well, it's crossed over into Thursday now. But let me know what day and what time you guys think is best to stream, and what time zone. Because, you know, if you tell me 6 p.m., I don't know if you mean London or Japan, Tokyo or New York. You know, so I'm trying to do a survey. Actually, I think I can do a poll right here. Let me do that. Hold on. I like that they added this. No. That's, hold on. We're gonna do it like this. Give me a second. I'm just adding things to the poll. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna send out the poll like this. Marvin says, I'm in Tel Aviv, Mossad headquarters. Where says, Saturday works for me, but I'm adaptable. Prime says, every time is horrible for me. I mostly like to catch things on replay so I can 2 times it. Well, I'm sorry I don't speak fast enough. I get it. That's fair enough. Damas, I love you too. Thank you very much. Why is your name Damas, by the way? Like Damascus? Or is that a coincidence? Or... I'm just wondering. So I set up the poll now. I'm trying to see what you guys are voting. I see 8 p.m. EST. So yeah, that's quite late for me, but it is what it is. I'm trying to see your opinion. I asked you guys 6 p.m., 4 p.m., or 8 p.m. Hold on. 4, 6, or 8 p.m. EST. So pick one in the poll. Shame says, what did I miss? I was getting tea and dates. Did you bring any for us? Because I could use some right now. Sahtain. Thomas says between 2 and 12, so 2 p.m. and 12 midnight Central time. Central, so that's 1 hour behind New York, right? Okay, so that should be in the same kind of time slot. Damas says Damas or Damascus. Yes, the best. Marvin says Thursday, 4 p.m. EST. Okay, well, tomorrow, like I said, it's Thursday at 6 p.m. EST. So just for tomorrow, 6 p.m. EST, I'll be on with Danny. We're going to talk about China. We're going to talk about the Olympics. We're going to talk about the anti-China propaganda, all of it. You don't miss this because, again, this is one of those discussions you're not going to see on mainstream media. And even a lot of, I don't know, I don't see a lot of people touching. I could be wrong, but touching on it. But yeah, it's really... it's really despicable, like the anti-China, you know, barrage. It's so nauseating. Really, I get sick of it. Marvin says 6 p.m. is cool. Danny is good. He's excellent. He's great. He wrote a nice article about Ellen. You'll forgive me, I forgot her last name. I'm not so much into sports, but she's an Olympic skier, and she's half Chinese, half American, and she decided to ski for China in the Olympics. And so they've been attacking her everywhere. We're going to talk about her and Danny's article, among other things. So, Razil the Great says, Americans need to unite and get rid of this crap oligarchy. Absolutely. You know, the what's important to understand with the Americans, or when we're talking about, you know, the UK, whatever. When we say America such and such, we're not talking about the people. We're talking about the government. And so, you know, when we talk about injustices against civilians in Syria, that's no different from, you know, civilians anywhere else, right? Obviously, you know, for example, what happens to Palestinians is not comparable to other things and so on. You know, war zones, occupation, this is really the pinnacle of evil. But oppression is oppression. So when you see corporations in the United States denying people healthcare, that's violence. You know, that kills people. It's disgusting, and we cannot support that. And you know, if Americans are fighting that, then solidarity with them. And anywhere else would be the same, right? Because it's an injustice. It's a profound injustice and a corrupt system. And I actually think by fixing, you know, if Americans, for example, were able somehow to fix their government and take back control from the corporations, that would benefit the whole world in many ways. I don't need to, that goes without saying, right? It's not the only solution. We cannot depend only on that. But I'm just saying, because you mentioned Americans uniting and so on, that like workers are workers, man, and civilians, it's a global thing. And always keep something in mind when it comes to wars. Something that I when I was younger and I was learning about World War I or World War II, like something that especially World War I, I was like, what is it all for? What's going on? Like it's you have a bunch of people, like even 16-year-old guys being brainwashed with this patriotism bullshit to join the army and then go and like bayonet someone in a fucking trench in Belgium, like with the rats and the shelling. And what the fuck is the point of that? Like it's so messed up. And you have these elites that are sending millions of men to go kill other millions of men. For what? For fucking what? And it really angers me. Jamie says, "Thank you, Richard. Americans are hurting." I know. I'm really, just that segment earlier where we talked about like people are being forced to steal toothpaste and steaks because they're doing so bad. Like that is a profound injustice, truly, and the healthcare system as well. I mean, this is criminal. It's really criminal. How they raise the prices of insulin. The big pharmaceutical companies. They are controlling the entire healthcare system, and it's like, when is it enough? Like, how much money do you have to make? When does it end? These people are so stinking rich, and that shouldn't even be the objective. You shouldn't be making drugs just to get rich. The objective is to heal sick people, to healthcare, caring for people's health. But these companies, it's never enough for them. They want to control everything. I've had people tell me, like, on in the US, how they couldn't go to the doctor and they have the flu, right? And so, well, when you have the flu, sometimes they give you amoxicillin or whatever, some kind of antibiotic, some penicillin based. Yeah, it's very common. And they couldn't go. And then people were saying, well, you should go to the dog store, like to the pet store, because they have some for dogs. It's like, what? You have to take dog? Is that, like, I mean, what about the dosage? Is that safe? Like, this is the kind of shit I saw people, like, I was reading this, like what they're resorting to, and I was just shocked, honestly. And that's just like, that's a mild example. Like, that's just the flu. Can you imagine people who have, heart conditions and God knows what else? Like, they make you bleed. They bleed you dry, like, no pun intended. It's horrible. And no one deserves that. John is saying fish antibiotics. Is that it? This is what? That's so messed up, honestly. And people telling me like a blood test costs a couple $100, like $100, $200 for a blood test. I can go right now to the doctor and get it for free, and then pick up the results in a day. Like what? This is so archaic, this system, and the worst part is it doesn't need to be that way. It's not like America lacks the infrastructure, or it lacks the personnel, or the minds, or the physicians, the nurses. It has all of these things. It has some of the best things in the world, right? In terms of healthcare and so on. In terms of like the technology, I mean, and the research. But it's not being used to actually help people. It's being used to make money for corporations. And again, making money for corporations is kind of like putting it mildly. It's I don't have a word for it. It's just evil. Damas says, here in Texas, people die in their homes before going to hospital. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? Like, you should never have to think, can I afford to go to the doctor? That no one ever anywhere should have to ask themselves that, ever. And what's scary is that you have so many people who are in the media who are like so dedicated to and to keeping the system in place. So they'll come up. I've heard all sorts of things. You have people saying like, doctors don't want to work for free, and what you're saying is not true. America has the best hospitals in the world. Yeah, but what's the point if people can't use them? You know, and you talk about doctors don't want to work for free. You think doctors work for free in countries that have universal or socialized healthcare? Are you? No, they don't. Like, why do they? Let me be clear about something. When we say healthcare is free in like most European countries or something, it's not actually free. You pay for it with your taxes. The difference is that in the US, the taxes are going to something else. They're not going to your, you know, to your own benefit. That's the problem. No one is working for free. They're acting like doctors are being like chained to a hospital bed and trying to treat people, but you know, against their own will or something. What? They come up with the most outrageous things just to justify this extortion. Christ. Francis says in France the government is destroying the healthcare system. I'm not going to say just France, but definitely in the UK as well with the NHS. I'm going to do a whole thing on the NHS because if you guys, I don't know if, you know, if you guys were watching back when I first started, which is not that long ago, it's like 18 months. I was speaking about the NHS. You had the elections in the UK. Actually, 18 months is less than that. But anyway, my point is during the elections in the UK in December 12th, 2019, you had Corbyn running against Boris Johnson, right? And Jeremy Corbyn, he had he literally had proof that the Tories were negotiating secretly to privatize the NHS, and they screamed, "It's lies! It's not true! Jeremy Corbyn is a liar!" And what are they doing now? They're doing exactly that. They're doing exactly that. They're trying to privatize the NHS, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's the National Health Service in the UK, right? Keep in mind, when was the NHS built? It's built in 1947. So, you know, just to put that into perspective, the UK did not even have bananas until the 50s. Like, it was really screwed after World War II, you know? And it was still able to build a national healthcare system. So, you know, explain that to me. How are you going to come along and tell me that the the US, which is, you know, leagues ahead in practically every domain now, can't afford to give people healthcare? Get out of here. I don't know. Sajad says the tax goes to Israel, and it's a fact. It's a fact. It's not even a joke. It literally goes to Israel, you know? When the US is giving the Israelis $3.8 billion every year, and then again another billion for the Iron Dome, and they gave them more than that. If you guys recall, in these like COVID relief bills, they were sneaking in like all sorts of shit. You even had this like Friends of the IDF getting, I think, what was it, 2 million or something, which is perhaps pennies in compared to the other stuff. But you know, even during the pandemic, they're like siphoning money off to Israel. Claudia says, I hate those companies, those big companies, for putting a bad name on science and all discoveries. Yeah, absolutely. Again, these people are they're not focused on healthcare or science. They just want to exploit and extort. So it's like, you know, there's a huge difference between a pharmaceutical company and a doctor who's like, you know, a doctor, they take an oath to treat you, to care for you. And this is just a perversion of the profession, you know? Sajad says, hello, my friend. I'm from Iran and very happy to see your activities in YouTube. Ahlan wa sahlan. I'm always happy when you guys tell me where you're tuning in from. Much respect to Iran. We were talking about the Islamic Revolution just earlier, but you know, Iran, I really want to visit one day. I've never been. And Iran has 35 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which is, you know, dude. You know, I thought Syria had the most. No, it's actually Iran, if I'm not mistaken. That's incredible. You know, there's so much, there's so many things I want to see there. So I hope I get to go one day. Shane says, how is it that we're only 200 watching live? I have no clue. Sometimes it's throttled, you know, I have no clue what's up. But on that note, please hit the bell icon. I hate saying these cliche YouTube phrases, but you should have a bell somewhere. I don't know if you're on your phone or how you're watching, but under the video, there should be a bell next to the subscribe button, so that way you get a notification when I go live. Alternatively, you can sign up for the newsletter, which is free. And every time I go live, I send out an email, so I make sure that you get it, because sometimes YouTube doesn't tell you, even if you have the notification, the bell thingy on. Megan says, do you have any thoughts about Arabs who are Israelis? Not Palestinians, but Arab Zionists who come to colonize Palestine. I rarely see people talk about it. So do you mean Arab Israelis in the sense that have citizenship, like they've been given Israeli citizenship, or do you mean like just Arab Jews? Because you have people that went from Egypt or Morocco or Syria or Iraq or even Iran, although Iran is not Arabic, but let's say from the region, right? Who have gone there, and they're not Europeans, but they're still Jewish. Well, I mean, it doesn't make it any better. You know, even if you're from Syria, which is next door, that doesn't make it okay to go kick a Palestinian out of their house. It's the principle, right? No matter what your religion. And actually, just to show you again that this is not a religious issue, Joe Biden says, I'm a Zionist. Keir Starmer says, I'm a Zionist without qualification. Are they Jewish? They're not Jewish. You know, Zionism is a political ideology, and they hijack the religion to hide behind it and to justify it. You know, it's no different from ISIS. ISIS is politics. It's a political ideology, and they hijack Islam to hide behind it and you know, to dirty the name. And it's you know, you got to be careful. But just to answer your question, some people, I can tell you from Syria, who are Jews, Syrian Jews, they were forced to go to Israel, right? They were forced to go because there was some, again, I need to look into it, but there was some weird deal between Syria and the Israelis, but it wasn't direct, it was mediated, I think. And Israel wants to take the Jews from all the countries and populate Israel with these Jews, so it can legitimize the occupation. You can say, look, we're a nation of all Jews from everywhere, and look how big the population is, and so on. And so, you know, they would, that's why they give anyone who's Jewish anywhere in the world, like, the right to citizenship. Like, you can just go and claim citizenship and then take someone's house, you know, or the land that used to belong to some Palestinian family who's God knows where. And, you know, doesn't make it right wherever you're from. But Sajad said, I'll be very happy to see you in Iran. Whenever you come to Iran, call me, my friend. We have same ideas, and I'm sure we can talk hours and hours together. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know, Iranians are extremely hospitable, and that just proves my point further. Thank you so much. Johan says, I can't express how much I'm furious by Western imperialists saying, oh yeah, sanctions are less brutal. They don't have humanity at all. Sadly, they profit from war and conflict. Yeah, it's really dirty. You know, it's like saying, I don't know. I don't know. There is no analogy for it. It's wrong. It's vile. It's wrong. It's incorrect. It's just... Sanctions are worse, actually, than war. Although it's kind of an oxymoron, because sanctions itself is a form of warfare. It's siege warfare. So it is war, right? But when we're talking about being bombed, for example, you know, you have mortars coming down on you or whatever it is, I can tell you that a lot of Syrians would prefer the bombs over the sanctions. And that's not even a joke. That's real, right? That's how bad sanctions are. Like, just think about that for a second. Like, my cousin was telling me this. Like, they killed these moderate rebels. They launched mortars at the University of Damascus, and they killed 13 students. You know, and this is in 2013, right? In the architecture faculty, and where my cousin was. And you know, Roni, he saw his neighbor get her leg blown off in the street. There was a car bomb in front of his house. That knocked him out, literally knocked him out. Like, and he's telling me the sanctions are worse than that. Like, did you just really let that sink in for a moment? How bad the sanctions are that people would rather be under the fucking bombs again. Damas says, my family in Syria is starving, freezing. See? شعب عم يعاني عن جد شعب عم يعاني يا حرام Damascus says, we are southeast of Syria near the Jolan, the Golan. So, yeah, I see your guys' comments. You're saying that not according to such and such, that they only hurt the president. That's ridiculous. Sanctions. Let me explain something. If you're, let's say, you're the president of Syria, you're Bashar al-Assad. In what way does the sanctions impact you? By the way, they sanctioned his son, his 17-year-old son. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what? I don't know what the point of that is. But like, you're not going to get hurt in any way. Your standard of living stays the same. It's not even the president. Anyone in the government, like anyone who's a high-ranking minister, whether it's in Venezuela or it's Syria or Iran, the standard of living doesn't fundamentally change. If you're Syria, Russia is still going to back you. Iran is still going to back you. Hezbollah is still going to back you. That's not changing. Turkey and Israel and the UK and the US are still going to try and kill you. That's not changed. ISIS and Al-Qaeda are also going to try and kill you. That's not changed. Your standard of living does not change. However, the countries, that are interacting with Syria, the trade, the foreign currency, the Syrian currency itself, on which everyone relies upon, that changes. And that screws the population. And this is a fact. It is crystal clear. Anyone who denies the impact of sanctions is ignorant or a fraud. There is no other way. This is a quantifiable, scientifically proven fact that sanctions hurt the civilian population, and they destroy a country. And you can literally count this stuff. You can quantify it. So it's a very methodical, scientific way of analyzing the situation that's been done by virtually every human rights organization or international organization. I spoke to the UN Special Rapporteur on sanctions. She was in Venezuela. She was in Syria. She knows exactly what sanctions are, and they are not stupid. These people, they know exactly. The United States wouldn't bother putting sanctions on countries if it didn't work, if it didn't do something. And when I say it works, when it does something, I mean that it puts pressure on the politicians in another way. So, the goal is not to change the standard of living of the targeted person. The goal is to change the standard of living of the civilians and cause them to suffer so they rise up and revolt against the target. Do you understand? That's the whole point. So the idea is that let's make sure that Syrians have no food. Let's make sure they have no bread, they have no fuel, no heating oil. And then they will get so frustrated that they will go and overthrow the president. And it's the same idea in Iran, in Venezuela, and so on. Sicko TV says, Richard, I have a question that is eating my brain. Tell me, when Israel is attacking Syria, simultaneously, Bashar al-Assad and the axis of resistance don't respond directly. Are they less than Houthis? I'm not sure what you mean with less than Houthis, but why? I have an idea. I mean, someone who is a Syrian official told me this. I'm not going to say who. But exactly at this point, why doesn't Syria respond to these Israeli airstrikes? The reason is that Russia, one reason is that Russia doesn't want Syria to open up a new front. Although again, it's not Syria opening up the front; it would be Israel, because Israel is the aggressor. But they already have a huge war to deal with, and Russia cannot afford to have another one opening up. The other thing is that Syria simply doesn't have the manpower. Syria is so stretched thin by the war that's been going on since 2011. I mean, it can barely handle that war, never mind a war with Israel now. So these are the reasons why it cannot respond. Let me just give you an example. Look what happened yesterday. Israel bombed Syria. Syria defended itself. And Israel used that as an excuse to bomb Syria again. So can you imagine what would happen if Syria really, really defended itself? The Israelis would just use that as another excuse to attack Syria again, because they're fucking oppressors and they're abusers. So Syria has no choice right now. That's what's so messed up. The resources, they're just not there, you know? I hope that once the war is over, that's going to stop. I mean, before 2011, of course Israel would attack Syria, certainly, but not at this rate. Like, it wasn't every week. No. Maybe once a year, maybe twice a year, but not every week. And even then, I think sometimes it was mostly covert rather than overt, but not like this. So Israel is taking advantage of the chaos of the situation to do it. Yeah. Siko says, I get it now. I mean, it's very frustrating. I wish it weren't so, but that's what it is. And I understand it because Johan is also making another good point. Russia is also a friend of Israel, so it's neutral. That's true. Russia was the first country to recognize Israel. A lot of Israelis are Russian Jews. So, again, Russia is sort of neutral in this position. So, yeah. Johan says, brother, when are you planning to visit Syria again? I pray that Syria would be free again from imperialists and jihadist terrorists, inshallah. Well, I don't know. I was talking to my cousins the other day. They told me don't come here. Actually, 3 of my cousins have told me that so far. They said don't come back because, when you have good memories of a place and that place has been completely ruined and you go there, I mean, I'm already upset from what I see, from what I hear from my cousins, from my family, from what I'm seeing coming out of there. So, can I tell you something? If I went back tomorrow morning to where we used to stay in Damascus, no one is there. There is no one left. Right? My grandparents passed away. Both cousins from two families moved away. They left. There's no one there. I literally don't even have a place to stay in the same area as before. I mean, of course, I'm not saying I don't have family. I could still stay with some other cousins. But just to give you an idea, like how the place that I know the best in Damascus is not just changed by war. It's just like it's heartbreaking. I don't know. Like, of course I want to go back, but I don't know if I should. I don't know if I'm ready for that, And that's just like, I don't know. I don't know if you can get that. If people get what I mean, but yeah. Sorry. We have a donation from Sam. Thank you, Sam. Sam asks me, how long before the China trade deal with Syria takes place and helps the Syrian economy bounce back? So you correctly mentioned the integration of Syria into the Belt and Road Initiative. I don't know if that's going to take effect anytime soon because a lot of countries, for example, they've signed on to the Belt and Road Initiative officially, and then they sign a memorandum of understanding, which means, okay, we're going to proceed now. But with Syria, I mean, I don't think it's going to be enough to help Syria's economy bounce back. I don't think, I don't want to negate the role that China will play. Keep in mind, this is so twisted, but I bet you there are foreign companies who are dying to, rebuild Syria, not because they care about Syria, but they want to make money because there's a lot of money to be made. But China is definitely going to play a role in the reconstruction, and not for those purposes. It's not about making money. Again, the BRI, the Silk Road. Syria was part of the original Silk Road. This is amazing just from a historical point of view. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. I really don't. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not good. It's very good. But unfortunately, I think there's so much damage that's been done that it's difficult. And it's going to take a lot more than that. And I don't know when they're going to start soon. This is the thing. They don't really give a concrete timeline. Remember, this thing is big. Like, there's countries from all over the planet that have signed up on this. So I think it's going to take a while. But I think the sooner the better, because when you see countries moving away from this neoliberal, imperialist exchange that they have towards something that's more respectful, it's not like, you come in and invade the country and steal the resources. No, it's like, you give me this and I give you that. Very basic, simple trade. It's just respectful. It's not coercion, or coercive. So I hope it will be soon, and I think it will help, but I think Syria needs more. And I hope that can happen. Yeah. Pablo says it will, inshallah. Afghanistan and Argentina have joined too, the Belt Project. It's true. I saw Argentina just the other day. Great for them. Good for them. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Siko says, what do you think Richard, what do you think about what will happen in the region for the next 10 years with all of this big clashes happening around the world? I mean, there are some people who are very optimistic. I think Stanley is one of them. We were speaking just the other day on the stream. He said that within our lifetime, we're going to see, this apartheid system against Palestinians ended. I mean, shit, I hope so. I really do. I don't know though. I will say one thing. I do think there's a shift. Like if you ask me, in the last year, it's very different from before, because 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it's very, very, very hard to call out Israel. The public opinion, I mean, was very much in favor of Israel, even when they were destroying Gaza, right? In 2009, 2014, just decimating it. Now I feel like people all over the world are coming out to protest. There's really like people, an awakening. There's really an awakening and people wising up to what's happening. So that's one thing. I think also this, these failed wars, and again, I hate this term failed wars, like as if there was an opportunity for America invading Iraq to be a good war. It's just aggression. These aggressions against Iraq, against Afghanistan, like people are starting to see through this. It's shameful that it cost, an entire generation and so many millions dead. But I think people are wising up to that. And if you look at the Middle East specifically, you look at Hezbollah, you look at the Yemenis, you look at the Syrians, you look at the Palestinians, look at Iran. It's stronger than ever. They're really stronger than ever. Yeah, Hezbollah is more popular than it's ever been. Iran is stronger than it's ever been. Syria has, it's suffering under sanctions, but the war on Syria failed. The Palestinians, like I said, they're gaining more support. If you look at what happened last year, you had, Hamas basically fighting on behalf of Al-Quds, on behalf of Jerusalem. And it united everyone. You had a general strike also. Everyone was united. Like, we haven't seen this for a long time. So I think there's a shift in that sense. And also, if you look at Russia and China with the Belt and Road Initiative specifically, we're transitioning to a multipolar world. And I could be wrong. I could end up being wrong, but I hope that's what happens. And the sooner the better, because this American hegemony. Sorry, my ear is aching. But this American hegemony, like destroying countries and occupying them, and this is not, man. Like how long does this have to go on for? Even Americans are starting to see through the mainstream media bullshit. So I don't know. I hope in the next 10 years, Syria is rebuilt. Palestine is liberated. The US is and the UK are kicked out of Iraq and all the other places they're occupying. I'm optimistic. I'm cautious, but I'm optimistic. I hope you guys feel the same. Just give me a second. I'm refreshing the chat because I can't see what's happening. So Johan is asking me, Habibi, what is your opinion on Armenia's recent normalization with Turkey? That's shocking, honestly. I mean, I'm all for diplomacy, man, but you know, Turkey still refuses to recognize the Armenian genocide. And you know, like I've talked about this here before. You know, my mother's great-grandparents were killed in the Armenian genocide. And, you know, this is, I don't know, this is unacceptable that Turkey, it's not even like a question of like reparations. They don't even acknowledge it. What is that? You know? And then another thing, I think one of you mentioned in the comments is this double game that Turkey plays. Turkey pretends to be on the side of Palestinians, but also has ties with Israel. I don't know, man, why Armenia normalized ties with Turkey. I have no clue. And I'm going to dedicate that to a separate segment. But as long as Turkey doesn't recognize the genocide, this is the bare minimum. This is not even the basic minimum. Then there should be no normalization. That's disgusting, you know? John says, what does Habibi mean exactly? Habibi is like my dear. Yeah. Damascus, Syria recognized the Armenian genocide before it was even disclosed to the world. That's true. That's true. Many Armenians went to Syria, right? Syria has always accepted refugees, Palestinians, Kurds, Armenians, Iraqis, always, always, always. And keep that in mind, because every time they complain about refugees, like, you know, these European countries that are so stinking rich, like, oh, we can't handle the refugees. Motherfucker, Syria has literally millions of refugees. Like I said, millions from Iraq. There are Palestinians, Armenians, Kurds. Turkey has how many millions of Syrian refugees? Lebanon has millions. Jordan has millions. So, like, you know, these countries have to bear the brunt of your destruction, but you can't handle it, even though you helped cause it. Come on, man. I'm not saying every single European country is involved in that, but it's usually the UK, France, the US, like the ones who are the antagonists, who are pretending that they can't take our refugees. Oh, we have to take care of our own. I wish you would. I wish you would take care of your fucking own and leave other countries alone and stop bombing them. I wish you actually meant that. Chad says, wasn't the Armenian genocide part of a bigger war? Yeah, it happened during World War I. Yes. Actually, the term genocide comes from the Armenian genocide itself, right? Like, so that term, the first time it was used was to describe what happened to the Armenians. So 1.5 million Armenians killed, slaughtered by Turkey. That's the first time this word was used. You know, it's. Wow, we're going off of 5 hours. That's good. It reminds me, brings back memories from the old day. Damas says Armenians are an integral part of our culture. That's true. That's true. And I will say this again: no one is more proud to be Syrian than Armenians. Seriously, like they're so proud to be Syrian and so grateful. You know, Armenians understand that Syria took them in, embraced them, you know, treated them like equals. And that's never lost on Armenians to this day. To this day. So, you know, you'll have Armenians who speak Armenian. They, you know, they're Orthodox. I think even some Catholics. But you know, they are so happy and so proud to be Syrian also, right? That's very, very true and very, very great, very cool. Good night, Shane. And thanks for tuning in. Claudia says the 7.5 hour long stream and my Vietnam flashbacks. Oh man. Well, I don't know if we're going to be going off of 7.5 hours, maybe another time. But with that said, again, I'm going to do the final plug for the show. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. This is the spot for U.S. politics and international relations in the Middle East. This is the spot, not just for politics, actually, for history too. You know, I'm ready with the history lessons. And if you haven't liked the video, please like the video. We have almost 1,000 likes. It's pretty good for a live stream. Usually it comes after, but that's great. And I would also implore you, if you're able to, if it's okay, if you could please support the show. You can send a donation on PayPal or whatever. I have the things up on the screen, CashApp and Venmo. And you can also support monthly on Patreon for as little as $1 a month. And for those who sign up, I play a crab dance. So get ready. We have a couple of donations here. We have one from, hold on, it's loading. Just give me a second. I'm going to read this to you. We have one from Nabila. Thank you, Nabila, for the donation on PayPal. I don't see a note, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And one more thing that I would add, if you guys should go subscribe on Rockfin. Rockfin is like YouTube. And I know it's difficult to trust like new platforms because you don't know what the hell it is, but I'm just trying to explain it as simply as possible. YouTube demonetized me once. You guys remember? There's a lot of censorship. So I have another channel on Rockfin where they don't do this kind of crap. And it's not just me, actually. A lot of the people that you watch in left politics are also on Rockfin. Like, name it, and they're there. You know, Status Quo, Shadowproof. Everyone is there. And so it's totally free, but you do need to make an account. You have to log in to watch the videos. I advise you to make one because just in case of, for redundancy, just so we have a backup. I think it's almost 17,000 of you who are on there, which is really amazing. So thank you for that. Again, it's totally free. It's just so we have a backup of sorts. And I'm live streaming on there right now, for example. Like you can watch the live stream on Rockfin or here. The videos are also on Rockfin, the exact same ones. Wendy sent a tip on Rockfin. Thank you very much, Wendy. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I didn't get around to reading so many comments on Rockfin because I have the YouTube and the segment up and I can't fit 3 windows. So I'm sorry about that. Next time I'll be more attentive. And yeah, I guess that's about it. Cortez is asking me, are you in Rumble? I've heard of Rumble. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm not on there, obviously. Is it for videos? How is it compared to Rockfin? Because I don't know. There are too many platforms. I'm on Substack though again, but yeah. Chad says I hate registering. I get it. I know. I get it. I'm just saying though. So Prime says a lot of people are fleeing to Rumble, and you can stream on there too. Well, I'll give it a look, but I'll be honest. I'm dealing with so many things at the same time. It's a bit overwhelming. I need someone to help me with. I mean, in general, because it's too much stuff. But in any case, I'm on YouTube and Rockfin, so I don't know any other platforms. But yeah. I never plug the social media. You can follow me on Twitter. That's like the worst plug ever. Follow me on Twitter. No, but actually I post breaking news there a lot. So usually you'll see, like I'll always post breaking news on the Twitter before I get to the YouTube. But yeah, in any case, I'm done plugging the show. Just thank you to all of you who've donated. And I really, I think half the stream has just been discussing with you. So that's always great. So thank you so much for that. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm really grateful. Please hit the bell or sign up on the newsletter. So next time when I live stream, you know that I'm on and you can come and join again. So I really love having all of you here and talking with you. It's really great. So make sure that you know when I live stream. And there are many possibilities. Again, hit the bell icon or sign up on the newsletter. Again, thank you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in, for commenting, for interacting with me, and thank you. It's been great. I'm gonna stay on 4 more minutes, so it becomes a 5-hour live stream. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm cheating a little bit, so hold on. I'll be right back. Hey, we did it. We hit the 5-hour mark just in time. And I still see about 200 of you here, which is wonderful. Thank you for waiting while I took a little potty break. It's great. It's great. I'm really I'm so happy and proud of this community that we built. Really, it's great. It's great. We've come a long way, and I'm also happy to see the YouTube quality is so good. It's quite good, honestly. Wow. I was actually thinking of switching up the background a little, but I'll have more on that later. In any case, I'm starting to look a bit tired, so it's past my bedtime. You guys are really great. I'm so grateful to have you. Thank you so much. Our World says thank you on Rockfin. Daniela says, I fear the only way Assange will ever be freed is if his oppressors, our oppressors, are brought to justice. It's up to us, really, and we're too busy wearing masks and making our kids sick with... the thing is, this is something that, whether it's Assange or someone else, it's inherent to the system. You can't expose these war crimes and then get a free pass. They talk about freedom of speech. They talk about democracy and freedom of the press. It doesn't exist when when you actually challenge power centers. Then you really see what freedom of press they have, right? And I do agree with you that the only way to free Assange and free ourselves is to bring these people to justice. I would love nothing more than to see Tony Blair in the dock. This guy escapes high court. The high court defended him. They blocked his... Tony Blair was being sued for starting the Iraq war, right? And then the high court blocked the whole thing. So he gets off, right? But Assange, no worries. You can extradite him. And even if they don't in the end, even if he isn't extradited, which obviously would be better than being extradited, but look at how long they wear you down, they torture you. It's really a system of oppression. And I think when you use the word oppression, it's quite correct, because they perpetuate oppression, and when you expose them, you also become one of the targets. It's very, very sick, honestly. So again, free Assange, solidarity with Assange. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the proceeds from this go to the legal thing, although they're doing quite well now with the 53 million, I would say, but nevertheless. Happy to wear it. So again, thank you guys so much. We've hit the 5-hour mark, and give me a second. I'm just trying to read something. I always say I'm going to leave and then we just come back on. Kidney Stone says بتعرف تقرا وتحكي عربي؟ طبعا بعرف اقرا واحكي عربي. شو الحكي يعني؟ Thank you, Wan. Thank you. And Chad says, you come a long way, brother. Free Assange. Thanks to you guys. Yes, thanks to you guys. Damas says, I named one of my children after Assange. You did, or you will? I had twin boys on 2020 and named one of them Julian. Wow. That's incredible. That's incredible. John says, I think the only chance justice war criminals like Bush, Blair, Howard, et al. Will see, Howard is the Australian, right, is if the people take justice into their own hands. The courts and the governments have failed. I really wish I knew what the answer was. I really do. And I sometimes, I was thinking to myself yesterday, why does it have to be this way? We have such a tiny minority of people who are in power in the UK, and they do shit that everyone doesn't like. They toss it back and forward like Democrats and Republicans, but it's all a game at the end of the day. They're pals, these people. They went to school together, and it doesn't have to be that way. Why does it have to be that way? Why do we accept this? There must be something we can do. John says, thank you for reading my incomprehensible comment. It's not incomprehensible. I appreciate all of you. And Marissa says, at this point, you might as well drop the skincare routine. I don't have a skincare routine, but thank you for the compliment. One of you was saying general strike. I'm trying to find the comment again. I think it was Chad. Absolutely. I mean, I thoroughly believe in that. I think this is a very good, you know, look at it this way. I gave you multiple examples. Like, for example, I stopped saying it. For instance, in the early 30s, right, in the United States, you had lots of general strikes, you know, workers mobilizing to bring the economy to a standstill. It works. In Syria, same thing, right? General strike, and then it prompted the French to sign an agreement that they would leave. And they didn't, of course, because of World War II. But, you know, and I don't think it was the best agreement. They basically said, we'll leave after 5 years. No, leave now, bitch. But anyway, my point is that it works. It absolutely works. Because the companies, the corporations, they rely on people going to work. You know, of course, we also all do. You know, we want to make a living. But at the end of the day, they are, you know, they are really dependent on the workers much more than the other way around. And so once you go on general strike and you bring, you know, the conveyor belt and you bring the pumps to a standstill, that's when you really got them by the balls. Trust me, man. Like whenever there's a strike, whenever there's something that shuts down the economy, look how fucking hard they scramble to bring that to dead that shit. Look how hard they try with the police, with the army, whatever it takes. They act like it's a war, you know? Maybe it is. Maybe it's a class war. So remember that. Remember that. Pablo says, create a Discord server, bro. We have a Telegram. The problem with Discord is that it's too big to moderate, and I don't even have time to look at it. But, you know, maybe one day. But for now, there's a Telegram. I post updates in there, and so we can do that for now. Chad says, get off the hamster wheel. Are you talking about me, like, streaming for 5 hours? Or what do you mean? Oh, in any case, thank you guys very much. I'm actually going to go now. I really need to get sleep. And thank you so much for tuning in, for supporting the show. I'm so grateful for you guys. Be well. Take care. Ma salame. Bye-bye.